like to welcome all commanders to this facility. Please ensure you complete all docking procedures within the allocated time.
I'm Captain T.C. Poole. Welcome to Planet Funkatron.
Welcome in. What's happening? Of course.
Falconeers, report your status. Are we ready to get buck?
April May here, and all systems are a-go from the Falcon 5 News.
Chuck Buckley here, Captain. We await your command at KPP 101.
Oh yeah, I haven't put it up on Bandcamp yet though.
Reporting live from Mount Boogie for the Falcon 5 News.
I need to. Good to see you though, Trance. What's happening?
Everything is looking buck wild and good to go, Captain.
For the Funklands,
The Brangus Legion is always ready when the captain calls.
From the forests of Finkel, the Huno Kuno stand ready for flight.
We're ready from the skies, Captain!
Woo!
We'll always have a brew ready for you, Captain Poole.
Brother, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Get the beans then.
The High Folk of Verdoria answer your call, Captain.
The House of Gideon stands ready, the Captain.
From the red forests of Poenty to the top of Mount Gizzle, we rally to your banner, Captain Poole.
The brew is ready, the kegs are ripe. We're ready, Captain.
KPP 101. The Quiet Storm, welcome in. Falconeers. We got some cool stuff to look at today. Unveiling a new tool that anybody can use to add to our collection. This will be this is a 3D timeline, brother. You gotta get that timeline. Called the Chrono Forge. More on that later. I'll show you in a little bit. Yeah, what happening? Trans-Europe official, old school, long time supporter. We're drinking that sweet, sweet bean water. Oh yes. It's true. It's pure. It's wonderful. Wah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Streaming. Good. Step one. Step one, stream. Something. Yo, thanks, talk too much. Do 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 do. Da 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 do do do. Okay. Quiet night up here. Quiet morning in space. High above planet Funkatron. Tricks. Silly rabbit. Got the saxophone wailing.
Yes, I'm a mess, but I'm blessed to be stuck with you. Sometimes it gets
sweeter. So, a couple of weeks ago, it is now has been. I debuted a free world building tool called the Chrono Forge 3D, where you can sort of build scenes like the ones that I've been using for Funkatronial purposes. Like this. You can upload to your map too. A solar system, kind of customize it. Add lore pins, you can make it flat, etc., etc. Really cool cinematic shots for D&D nerds like myself and world builders alike. Or if you just want to get on there and upload your face, you can do that too. What? IRL loot? What? There we go. Okay, so, like I was saying. But a new tool arises. A new, fresh tool to tool with. We're going to be looking at both and listening to a little of the long history of Funkatron. Let's check it out. Let's get right to it. Some updates to the homepage. As you can see right here. Boom, boom. The Chrono Forge. The Chrono Forge. Excuse me. Gotta get a little of that buck lightning. And old Pappy's Delight. Or the buck bottom longleaf, rather. Let's go. Let's go. I already have it up right here. Oh. Ah. Ah. Right here. The Chrono Forge. Where you can chrono all the live long day. Okay, chill. Actually, you know what? We're going in. Alright, look at this big, long timeline floating through the yonder. You can come here and customize your own timeline, brother. You gotta get that time. We gotta get into the singularity, though. There, yeah. We're on that interstellar shit. Let's go back to the beginning. The beginning of time. So, Bond. We got all the history of Funkatron, minus some art that we'll be working on today. You and I together, my wonderful falconeer. Have to increase the flow of time. Let's get some blue time. There. Cool. I sort of like the blue binary on the wave time. Yeah, you can like change what book looks like. What book looks like. It doesn't make any sense. You can't yeah, these books, you don't have to have all of my lore up here. D&D folks can come in and build their own. But you can see over yonder, you can have different book models displaying as they load in. I have mine color-coded, and the different book spans the different ages of Funkatron. So you'll see these open books for a while, and then when they change, and the color changes to blue, we get the second age. Which is also right here, you get to put in your own age, your own, like, a year, lots of customization. What else? The connectors are different too, different, node time connectors, I don't even know what to call them. Node particle connectors. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Where was it? Oh yeah, the strand count. The tightness of the strand. Flow or the speed. Okay, here's a couple of more. Flowing. Reminds me of sort of like the Great, what's it called? The Great Snake Road or whatever in DBZ. I don't know. Dragon Road. Different fonts that you can choose from as well. Somewhere, I don't know where though. Where the hell is it? Aha. Space. Audio Y. This changes over here. In the lore as well. 8-bits. 8-bits pretty funny looking. Pretty cool looking. The funk arises. But I like medieval sharp. There's like a free version of this and also an extra pro version, if you will, that you have access to if you're part of the Patreon. I recently started a Patreon since I've built these two world tools. And therefore, fans of the stream too, the old school Falconeers. So if you're a member of the Patreon, then you get access to any pro versions of any tools that I have created, or henceforth create. Herein lies there where be in perpetuity, therefore that lies therein. You know what I'm talking about? You don't know nothing. Let's do oh, I also put some ambience musics here, so we can have a little ambience, so you can So let's do what we came here for. Let's do what we came here for. And listen to the beginning of Funkatron, shall we?
Before calendars, before kings, before even the notion of morning and night, there was a sound. It was not a song in any tongue, but a groove without beginning or end, a slow turning current of rhythm that moved through the dark like warm breath. Those who speak of such things call it ye old funk, the first and eldest music. Out of that endless groove, notes rose like sparks and hung upon the nothing between the stars. From those notes stepped the Thalia, beings neither wholly light nor wholly shadow, each carrying a fragment of the primal melody. They did not build with stone or iron, but with tempo and tone. And with their playing, they coaxed the first lights into being. When their opening jam reached its first great crest, the heavens bloomed with stars, and the long, slow fall of worlds began. Among them, small and bright and destined for trouble, spun the world that would one day be named Funkatron. In the far reaches of that first firmament, it is said that the groove wrapped itself around this young world like a cloak, choosing it not for any virtue, but for the simple fact that it listened. The heartbeat of Funkatron was set to the ancient meter of ye old funk, and from that moment on, everything that lived upon it would dance, fight, pray, and argue in time with a song it could not fully hear. In those elder days, the sky of Funkatron was bare, a colorless dome waiting for a story. The Thalia gathered in the silent gulf beyond the young world and played a slow circling canon.
Wait. Okay, that's the next one. As the Thalia weave the moons. The moons! God. The freaking singularity. The singularity, man. Yeah, Trans Europe. The next album I put out will be all guitar. Well, featuring the guitar. Shreddy Krug. Alright. So cool. World, much more to see here. Let's pause on this for a second. Pause. Oh my gosh, so much lore. So much lore. Yeah. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. KPP 101 Đừng qua họ. Okay, you can. Let us... Wait, what? Let us... Oh my gosh, so much new stuff to show. I have a third free web tool coming out too for D&D folks. It's a little over the top, but hey, what isn't that we do around y'all? You know what I mean? Anybody know what I mean? No one knows what I'm at. Alright. More on the third free web tool later. The one that's utterly ridiculous. Onward. wait. Oh, we're at the end of the timeline. We must go back. Back to the... See, this is a cool look for the beginning of time. Badass. I like that. I like that. Okay, so we got the one... let's go back. Here we are. But where were we in the audio?
A song of tides and watchful eyes. Dust and stone gathered to their rhythm, coiling and knotting until 3 pale lights took form and began their measured dance. Vraisa, the dancing eye, came first, bright and sharp, casting long silver paths across the oceans. Plesidar followed, a dim and humming lantern whose face never looked the same way twice, and whose light stirred secrets in root and bone. Last rose little Numa, the shadow giggle, who delighted in slipping between light and dark, and painting the land with half-remembered dreams. Thus the sky received its first companions, and the folk who would come after learned quickly that it was unwise to make vows or start trouble when all 3 moons watched from above. In the oldest tales, bards still speak of a night when all 3 moons aligned, and the Thalia danced along their rims, their steps scattering stardust down like snow. Those grains that reached Funkatron took root as strange stones and half-living metals, the seeds of relics that even now hum when the moons share a sky. Not all who are born to harmony choose to remain within it. Among the Thalia, there rose one whose ear tilted forever toward his own reflection in the sound. He called himself Mediocrities, and though his hands were skilled and his tone pure, he could never abide the thought that the groove belonged to all. While the others traded solos in joy, he listened only for the moments where his note might stand alone. In the stillness between sessions, he slipped away, drifting beyond the great Yon Yon, where the echoes of ye old funk grew thin and the void waited, hungry. There he tried to raise his own song, offbeat and out of key with the melody that had birthed him. The universe did not shatter, but it flinched. From that crooked tune seeped the first stale airs of envy, sloth, and small cruelties. Worlds began to know famine, not born of soil, but of hoarded plenty, and the shadows between stars learned to whisper promises that sounded almost true. The Thalia felt the dissonance like grit between strings, and knew that one of their own had broken from the circle. In quiet conclaves, they argued whether a note once bent could ever be brought back into tune. While they debated, Mediocrities gathered listeners of his own out in the dark, teaching them how to turn every shared song into a ladder only one might climb.
Whoa. That's... oh my god, so bright. It's so bright. KPP 101, The Quiet Storm. Crazy. listening to KPP 101. Outside of Funkatron.
You are listening to KPP 101, The Quiet Storm, Autumn in the Funklands.
The Quiet Storm.
Well, it's the Daily Braille, the Daily Braille.
that you care. Well, I was unaware, 'cause all you do is push, pull, tear, but can't stretch it any further. Push, pull, tear, and every day taxes increase. So is this our land or is this our lease? Papa says, son, it's the land of the free. As he broke his back trying to make ends meet, you say that you care. Well, I was unaware. And you say that you care. Well, I was unaware. 'Cause all you do is push, pull, tear, but can't stretch it any further. Push, pull, tear. 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 Push, pull, tug. Ooh. Push, pull, tug.
You're listening to KPP 101, The Quiet Storm, Autumn in the Funklands. listening to KPP 101, The Quiet Storm, Autumn in the Funklands.
Sipping John Quan, love a Funkatron vibe and the neon dawn. Got a thunder brewing hand with a buck wild twist. In the TC Falcons cantina can't resist. 'Cause she's free falling into John Quan. In a galaxy of flavor, the night's gone. Sipping on the stars, buck wild, under the moon so bright. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight. Sipping John Quan down in the old holler, booty cobbler gone yon. If he winks twice, you'll know. Through fire and snow, he'll climb to the top of that mountain, brother. 'Cause they're free falling into John Quan. In a galaxy of flavor, the night's gone. Sipping on the stars, buck wild, under the moon so bright. In the cosmic haze, a buck wild delight. In the cosmic haze, a buck wild delight.
You're dead, you're dead, You've passed away to the great yon where skeletons play. The bones they dance, the spirits in glee, where a noob like you deserves to be. If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. You're dead, you've passed away. You're dead, you passed away to the great yon where skeletons play. The bones they dance, the spirits in glee, where a noob like you deserves to be. If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. You're dead, you've passed away. You're dead, you passed away to the great yon where skeletons play. The bones they dance, the spirits in glee, where a noob like you deserves to be. If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. You're dead, you've passed away. If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. you call me gay, I will call you gay. When you call me gay.
Before calendars, before kings, before even the notion of morning and night, there was a sound. It was not a song in any tongue, but a groove without beginning or end, a slow turning current of rhythm that moved through the dark like warm breath. Those who speak of such things call it ye old funk, the first and eldest music. Out of that endless groove, notes rose like sparks and hung upon the nothing between the stars. From those notes stepped the Thalia, beings neither wholly light nor wholly shadow, each carrying a fragment of the primal melody. They did not build with stone or iron, but with tempo and tone. And with their playing, they coaxed the first lights into being. When their opening jam reached its first great crest, the heavens bloomed with stars, and the long, slow fall of worlds began. Among them, small and bright and destined for trouble, spun the world that would one day be named Funkatron. In the far reaches of that first firmament, it is said that the groove wrapped itself around this young world like a cloak, choosing it not for any virtue, but for the simple fact that it listened. The heartbeat of Funkatron was set to the ancient meter of ye old funk, and from that moment on, everything that lived upon it would dance, fight, pray, and argue in time with a song it could not fully hear. In those elder days, the sky of Funkatron was bare, a colorless dome waiting for a story. The Thalia gathered in the silent gulf beyond the young world and played a slow circling canon, a song of tides and watchful eyes. Dust and stone gathered to their rhythm, coiling and knotting until three pale lights took form and began their measured dance. Vraisa, the dancing eye, came first, bright and sharp, casting long silver paths across the oceans. Plesidar followed, a dim and humming lantern whose face never looked the same way twice, and whose light stirred secrets in root and bone. Last rose little Numa, the shadow giggle, who delighted in slipping between light and dark, and painting the land with half-remembered dreams. Thus the sky received its first companions, and the folk who would come after learned quickly that it was unwise to make vows or start trouble when all three moons watched from above. In the oldest tales, bards still speak of a night when all three moons aligned, and the Thalia danced along their rims, their steps scattering stardust down like snow. Those grains that reached Funkatron took root as strange stones and half-living metals, the seeds of relics that even now hum when the moons share a sky. Not all who are born to harmony choose to remain within it. Among the Thalia, there rose one whose ear tilted forever toward his own reflection in the sound. He called himself Mediocrities, and though his hands were skilled and his tone pure, he could never abide the thought that the groove belonged to all, While the others traded solos in joy, he listened only for the moments where his note might stand alone. In the stillness between sessions, he slipped away, drifting beyond the great Yon Yon, where the echoes of ye old funk grew thin and the void waited, hungry. There he tried to raise his own song, offbeat and out of key with the melody that had birthed him. The universe did not shatter, but it flinched. From that crooked tune seeped the first stale airs of envy, sloth, and small cruelties. Worlds began to know famine, not born of soil, but of hoarded plenty, and the shadows between stars learned to whisper promises that sounded almost true. The Thalia felt the dissonance like grit between strings, and knew that one of their own had broken from the circle. In quiet conclaves, they argued whether a note once bent could ever be brought back into tune. While they debated, Mediocrates gathered listeners of his own out in the dark, teaching them how to turn every shared song into a ladder only one might climb. When the discord of Mediocrates could no longer be ignored, the sky itself became a battlefield. Across 1,000 systems, free worlds dimmed as his followers marched under banners of smudged light and broken rhythm. They passed through gates of shadow and descended on the heavenly plains, a vast expanse of radiant stone where the grooves of the Thalia ran like veins. There, heroes from worlds that had never before spoken met for the first time, their languages braided together by a shared refusal to be flattened into silence. They came in shining mail and patched leather, in robes and rags and nothing at all, bearing relics and relic to be. Swords that sang when drawn, drums that could call rain, banners that would not burn. The Thalia themselves took the field, not as distant gods, but as musicians sweating under the weight of their own fear. The war that followed is spoken of only in fragments, for those who saw it whole do not sleep easily. Some recall a moment when the plains themselves rose up, every stone ringing with the note of defiance. Others speak of the silent charge of the Gurmungers, titans of rock whose footfalls were like falling mountains. In the end, Mediocrates was thrown down and bound with cords of his own twisted music, his armies scattered like blown ash. He was carried beyond the great Yon Yon and cast where even the brave prefer not to point. Yet the bruise his rebellion left on reality never quite faded. In certain keys, on certain nights, musicians still find sour notes in their scales that no teacher remembers placing there, and the wise pretend they did not hear. In the quiet that follows a great noise, even gods move carefully. The Thalia walked among the worlds that had bled for them, and saw how thin some hopes had become. To those houses who had stood when others fell, they offered more than thanks. In the foundries of light that circle the upper airs, they forged relics of power, each tuned to a world and a people, each capable of catching the stray notes of Mediocrities before they took root. For Funkatron they wrought the buck stone, a dense shard of crystallized groove, heavy as guilt and bright as forgiveness. They set within it echoes of the undying jam that had first birthed the stars, so that any hand worthy to bear it would feel both the weight of history and the permission to improvise. At the same time, they turned their craft toward smaller seeds. From the heart of ye old funk, they distilled the 7 beans of power: wit, rhythm, rage, reverie, nourishment, memory, and a 7th whose true name is spoken only in the dreams of those who have not yet been born. Each bean was planted in some hidden corner of Funkatron, entrusted not to kings, but to soil and weather and the stubborn patience of roots. In later centuries, when farmers found odd sprouting patterns in their fields, or when a single cup of stew carried comfort far beyond its ingredients, old storytellers would nod and tap their noses. Somewhere beneath those furrows, they claimed, a fragment of a sacred bean had stirred and remembered the song of its making. After the beans were hidden in the dark, the world itself answered in kind. Across the Funklands, a handful of saplings appeared, where no seed had been planted by mortal hand. They rose swiftly, not in crude haste, but with the steady certainty of things that remember how they were made. Their roots dove deep toward the slumbering beans. Their branches climbed high into the winds that still carried the last shreds of Thalia song. These were the great trees, each a living bridge between relic and rainfall, between the old music and the small lives beating beneath it. Around their trunks, tribes and towns would one day gather for judgment, festival, and the quiet business of simply existing. Beneath their shade, first treaties were sworn and first betrayals whispered. Though scholars now argue over which tree is eldest and which most powerful, the oldest farmers will tell you that each grew where the world itself felt a thin place in its own bark, a spot that needed thickening lest mediocrity's sour notes seep back in. Deep under the jagged crowns of the Crizzle Mountains, where sunlight had never yet troubled the stone, a different kind of music seeped through the rock. Moist air breathed through caverns veined with pale fungus, and in those still-puddled halls, strange caps unfurled. They glowed with unearthly color, not like torchlight or stars, but like the afterimage of a dream you are certain you did not have. When spores rose from their gills, they carried whispers, not in words, but in remembered feelings and half-forgotten songs. It was there that the first wanderers, lost or driven below by storms, inhaled by accident, and saw the world come apart into glyphs and currents. They learned that by tracing signs in the air and shaping their breath, they could lean upon the hidden patterns that threaded all things. Later ages would call this sporsary, the subtle art of listening to what grows in the dark and persuading it, gently or not, to do as you ask. Some came back from those caverns with new wisdom, some with new madness, and some with smiles that never quite reached their eyes again. Yet from that time on, the earth beneath Funkatron was never wholly quiet. Circles of sporlocks would one day found their orders in these halls, swearing to walk the narrow path between medicine and poison, between insight and obsession. After the thunder of war and the shrill cries of broken stars, the universe entered a slower, steadier measure. On Funkatron, this new tempo was felt most keenly in the soil. Forests thickened their trunks and stretched their crowns. Rivers abandoned old beds for new, as if trying on courses the way a minstrel tries on verses. Hills that had once been bare shrugged on mantles of grass and scrub. It seemed as though the world had decided to draw a long breath and consider what might be grown instead of what might be slain. This is the span sages call the Age of Seeds, though the scholars of later days wrap it inside the long shadow of the first age of Funk. It was an era of beginnings, of small experiments, of clans and creatures learning to share valleys and skies. No king yet claimed all the lands of the Funklands. No single song commanded all the halls. But among the camps and cairns, the first stories that would shape the future were already being told. In that gentler age, the seven beans slept beneath field and forest, and each new sprout that pushed its way into the light carried in its own small fashion an echo of the relics that slumbered deeper still. On the shoulder of a mountain that would later be called Boogie, dwarves found a cavern whose stone rang like a drum when struck, and whose air tasted faintly of barley. There they raised Thunderbrew Hall, carving its pillars in the shapes of casks and its arches in the shapes of foaming steins. At first, it was only a meeting place for miners too stubborn to admit they were exhausted, a spot to share ale and argue over whose tunnel had the richer vein. In time, it became a sanctum, the beating heart of a house that believed brewing could be as sacred as forging or fighting. Within its deepest chambers, the Thunderbrew masters experimented with yeasts that remembered songs, with barrels seasoned in spore-lit caves, with stews that could mend courage worn thin by grief. Visitors climbed the mountain for an evening's drink and left 3 days later with new friends, a new tattoo, and a vow never again to insult dwarven craftsmanship in any public venue. From Thunderbrew Hall would come not only beverages, but heroes, shamans, and the occasional troublemaker who insisted on adding mushrooms to everything. Beneath the roots of the Melody Mountains, where stone still remembered the touch of Gomunga claws, the Thalia took up their mallets once more. They sought a folk who could live close to the bones of the world, who would love stone not simply as a resource, but as a companion. From resonant granite and veins of iron, they carved stout forms, compact and enduring. When a dwarf shape pleased them, they struck its sternum with a hammer of pure creme, and the note that rang out became that clan's heartbeat. Thus were the first dwarves awakened, coughing dust and laughter in the same breath. From them would rise houses whose names still carry weight in every hall with a proper taproom. Thunderbrew, who married stone to barrel and turned brewing into scripture. Highhammer, whose forges beat time for whole armies. And Brinebeard, who taught ships to trust their keels, even when the sea roared in 7 voices at once. In those days, the dwarves did not yet know their destinies, only that tunnels wanted digging, ore wanted freeing, and songs wanted singing loud enough to rattle stalactites from the ceiling. When a dwarf first raised a mug and toasted the echo of his own voice, the mountains themselves seemed to chuckle in reply. For a long while, Funkatron knew the tread of stone-born dwarves, the flicker of elven groves, the splash and cackle of goob gobs in marsh and fen. Then, in the empty spaces between these older peoples, something softer stirred. Wandering chord echoes that had drifted low over plains and shorelines began to knot themselves together, drawing dust and water and breath into new shapes. These shapes were neither as long-lived as elves, nor as enduring as dwarves. Yet there was a restlessness in them that the others lacked. They woke beneath unfamiliar constellations, with no memory of having slept, and immediately started arguing about which way was east. Thus came humankind, bare of claw or shell, their defenses mostly cleverness and stubbornness, their fashions immediately regrettable. They took to stories as ducks take to water, and before long, every fire from coast to forest edge had someone holding forth about what might lie beyond the next hill. The older peoples watched them with a mix of fondness and alarm, sensing that this new race would complicate matters in ways no prophecy had prepared them for. The prophecies had not, for instance, accounted for the speed with which humans could improvise a plan that was both heroic and deeply unwise. For centuries, Mount Groove Core had muttered in its sleep, sending tremors through stone halls and making tankards rattle in far-off taverns. Then, on a day still argued about by chroniclers, it woke. The mountain didn't burst in ash and ruin, but in sound. From its throat poured a column of light and rhythm that climbed into the sky, rippling across clouds, across the very faces of the moons. Birds forgot how to flap their wings and simply rode the vibration. Rivers rose in their beds and fell again, laughing. Every drum within 1,000 miles answered, whether hand struck it or not. From that downbeat on, the folk of Funkatron knew that something had changed. Calendars reset themselves, kings recalculated the dates of their own legitimacy, and grandmothers everywhere declared that this was exactly what they had been telling people about for years. The scholars named the new count after Funk, and the span that followed the first age of Funk. But among common folk it was simply called the time when things really started happening. In hidden valleys and high towers, relics shivered as if some great old song had returned to the verse after a long wander through improvisation. Those who were listening closely heard, beneath the roar of celebration, a deeper theme waking in the world, one that would not resolve for many ages to come. On the misted shores of Deeb Lake, the quiet pact between water and name was broken. In earlier days, those who fell beneath those waters were grieved and remembered, their names carried in song by the living. Over time, forgotten dead weighed heavy on the lake's floor, and something in its depths began to hunger. Letters slipped loose from headstones, syllables faded on old lips, and the lost names sank, gathering in the dark like silt. At last the lake rose up, not in flood, but in awareness. It began to steal the names of those who drowned in it, drawing their identities down and wrapping them around a single, cold will. Thus the Lich of Deeb was born, a mind made of stolen stories, a hatred formed from all the lives the world had let slip. The war that followed is spoken of only in fragments, for those who saw it whole do not sleep easily. Some recall a moment when the plains themselves rose up, every stone ringing with the note of defiance. Others speak of the silent charge of the Goremongers, titans of rock whose footfalls were like falling mountains. In the end, Mediocrities was thrown down and bound with cords of his own twisted music, his armies scattered like blown ash. He was carried beyond the great Yon-Yon and cast where even the brave prefer not to point. Yet the bruise his rebellion left on reality never quite faded. In certain keys, on certain nights, musicians still find sour notes in their scales that no teacher remembers placing there, and the wise pretend they didn't hear. There are times when war can be ended only by the same weapons that began the world. On the day that would later be marked in solemn ink, the armies didn't march to Deeb Lake with blades bared, but with drums. Circles of drummers from Brel, from Gearson, from halls and hovels no scribe would ever visit, gathered on the shingle and placed their hands on worn skins. At a signal older than language they began. The rhythm they played was simple, but heavy as a closed door. It kept to no single culture's pattern, but borrowed from all, weaving a beat that spoke of birth, of grief, of the small kindnesses that persist even under tyrants. As the hours passed, the waters started to tremble, then to still. The Lich of Deeb, wrapped in the names of the forgotten, found itself surrounded by memories of laughter and stubborn love for those same lives. By dusk, the lake lay flat as glass. The Lich was not destroyed, for such things seldom are, but bound in a sleep defined not by chains, but by remembrance. This binding became known as the Armistice of Deep Beats, and ever after, those who passed Deeb Lake at twilight could sometimes hear an answering thrum on the water, if they listened with their feet instead of their ears. In taverns far away, old soldiers who had been there never quite agreed on the exact pattern that had been played, yet each could tap out some fragment upon a table. When those fragments overlapped, the room would fall quiet for a long heartbeat as the air remembered the lake's stillness. In the years after Deeb fell silent, another kind of truce was forged far from any lake shore. Beneath the Crizzle Mountains, the circles of Sporelocks had grown in power and worry both. Their arts could heal fields and twist minds, call memories to the surface, or press them gently back into sleep. The undying war had shown them how easily names and stories could be stolen. They knew that in the wrong hands, Sporciri might become a quieter, subtler version of Deeb's horror. So the elders of the deepest circles called a concord. In caverns lit by caps that remembered the first Thalia songs, representatives from every known order sat upon stone seats, slick with age, and debated what was owed to the world above. Voices were raised, spores were flung, and more than one delegate left with a nose permanently tinged violet. In the end, they bound their art with oaths rather than chains. No Sporlock would henceforth rip names from unwilling minds, nor bind the dead to walk, nor brew draughts that erased entire lives from memory. When such things were needed in desperate times, they would be done openly and with witnesses, never again in quiet corners. The Concord did not prevent every abuse, but it set a line in the mycelial dark, a boundary that would echo in later ages, whenever some new power tried to rewrite the world's story without consent. What began as a scatter of tents around a particularly reliable stew pot grew in time into a city whose name is written with an exclamation point in most marginalia. On the southeastern edges of Brel, traders and wanderers had long paused beneath the spreading limbs of an ancient tree whose roots were rumored to cradle a bean older than nations. Here they rested, argued prices, mended gear, and invented 3/4 of the insults now in common use. As more folk arrived, someone built a proper pot over a proper fire and began serving bowls to anyone who could pay, or at least tell a decent story. One festival followed another, and before long there were more permanent roofs than wagons. A charter was drawn up, mostly to tell people where they were not allowed to relieve themselves, and signed beneath the tree's low boughs. Thus the boomtown of Brel was incorporated, its crest bearing not a lion or tower, but a steaming bowl and a spoon held like a scepter. From that day to this, the city has stood as a place where news and nonsense meet, where lords and laborers share benches, and where a traveler in need can always find a meal, a rumor, and at least 3 terrible ideas for how to solve their problems. Some say the ancient bean beneath the tree listens to all of this and laughs quietly to itself, pleased that its shade shelters so much chaos. For generations there had been whispers of a quiet order whose members walked where treaties were inked and kings were crowned, whose faces never quite settled in memory. In the year 700 AF, those whispers finally resolved into a name. In dusty Gearson ledgers and nervous Brellian minutes, the same word appeared again and again in cramped notation at the margins of great events: inquest. They were not a kingdom, nor a guild, nor an easily bribed council. They were a question given legs and cloak, tasked with asking who truly profited when history turned. They attended coronations and funerals in equal measure, listened to the speeches of generals, and sat through endless committee meetings without once falling asleep. Rumor claimed they could read lies the way a mason reads cracks in stone. Others swore that they served only the balance of the ages and would gladly topple a dynasty to preserve a single honest promise. From that time onward, no major pact upon Funkatron was signed without at least one spare, robed figure watching from the shadows, quill ready, eyes hooded, weighing every word like a coin on a scale. Children in Boomtown told scary stories of inquest agents who could step out of reflections and ink stains, although anyone who ever met one, in truth, found them more weary than terrifying. Yet when the Third Age drew near and relics began to stir, It was the inquest archives that held the clearest map of how the past had led, step by stubborn step, to the brink. The first age of funk closed not with a single cataclysm, but with a long, slow swell. Trade routes had grown fat and tangled, crossing mountains and seas in patterns that no one mind could fully grasp. Maps sprawled across tavern tables, corrected and defaced by every traveler who passed. No one kingdom held the world, yet no corner of Funkatron could pretend that distant quarrels did not affect its own harvests. In this web of roads and rumors, the second age of funk began. Some call it the age of reach, others the age of bad ideas made possible. Magic that had once clung to high peaks and hidden groves began to ride in carts and cling to the hems of merchants' coats. Relics that should have stayed locked in vaults changed hands for promises and coin. There were wonders, floating caravans over Lula Lion, farms where beans sang themselves ripe, taverns where you could hear a story from 7 continents in one evening. There were dangers as well, as old evils found new routes into the hearts of cities. It was into this restless, expanding world that one particular troublemaker was born. The air itself seemed to hum with potential, as if the world were an instrument that had just been tuned and set back in its stand, waiting for someone foolish enough to play it. In a year whose official records list nothing more remarkable than a moderately successful bean harvest, a child drew his first breath beneath a sky crowded with stars. The omens, if any, were small. A kettle refused to boil until a song was finished. A flock of birds changed direction mid-flight and traced the outline of a ship against the moon. Somewhere, an old gurmonger shifted its weight beneath the crust and grumbled in its sleep. None of these were enough to make the scribes take note, yet the world itself seemed to lean a little closer, as if listening for a name. The child would be called T.C. Poole, though later centuries would hang enough titles around that name to bend a lesser neck. He grew in a world already rich with legends and relics, where the stories told at his bedside concerned not only kings and dragons, but radio stations, frog races, and lawyers from other planets. From an early age, he displayed an alarming tendency to ask what lay beyond the next hill, the next star, the next bad decision. Those who knew him in youth remember a boy who could not pass a locked door without wondering what was kept behind it, nor hear a half-told story without demanding the missing verses. By the time he first set eyes on the T.C. Falcon, the ship that would become both refuge and weapon, the groove of his life was already in motion, a riff woven through the long chords of the Second Age. No one becomes a captain without first being very lost. In his youth, Poole wandered far beyond the safe circles his elders had traced upon maps. He worked for a time on brine-beard ships that smelled of salt and old songs, learning how to read waves the way sages read omens. He spent a winter in Thunderbrew Hall, washing tankards and listening to stories that would later surface in his own tall tales, polished and exaggerated in all the best places. He traveled on foot with mink-dink caravans, who taught him that every shortcut hides at least 3 new problems, and spent a regrettable month in Lula-Len betting on frog races until his coin purse and his patience were both emptied. In Vidoriath, he sat beneath trees older than his entire bloodline and heard in the distance the faint echo of the heavenly chords that had birthed the world. These wanderings did not make him wiser in any simple way. They did something stranger. They taught him that every place on Funkatron believed itself to be the center of the story, and that the truth was instead threaded crookedly between them all. When he later walked the decks of the Falcon, he carried those threads with him, woven into the way he looked at the stars. Ships had sailed the Funkatronic skies before, but none quite like the one that came to be known as the TC Falcon. Forged in secret docks and louder arguments, the vessel was a patchwork of ideals, dwarven steel from Thunderbrew halls, bean-steamed engines designed by minds that did not consider safety railings essential, and arcane stabilizers whose runes had been hastily translated from Tronixian schematics. Its hull bore the scars of a dozen prototypes and the blessings of 3 separate religions, 2 of which no longer technically existed. On the day of her maiden voyage, the launch bay swarmed with onlookers, gamblers, prophets, and the sort of people who always show up when something might explode. At the heart of this crowd stood Poole, one hand on the rail, the other resting on the spine of a book that should never have left its lockbox. When the engines roared to life, bowls rattled from shelves in taverns half a continent away. The Falcon rose, dipping once as if deciding whether this whole business was wise, then punched through cloud and into the higher dark, dragging Poole, his crew, and the story of Funkatron toward places no sensible map acknowledged. In that moment, the Falcon ceased to be merely a machine and became what all great ships become. A question, flung at the universe with both hands. Far from the familiar lights of Brel and Gearson lies Buckwildian, a world carved in war and crowned in dragonfire. When Poole first descended into its skies, the planet was locked in a struggle that had chewed up mountains and shaken fortresses to rubble. The House of Firestone, kin in spirit, if not in blood, to every stubborn dwarf that ever gripped an axe, stood with their backs to halls half buried in ash. Above them wheeled the father of dragons, Bakraleon, whose wings blotted out the stars and whose patience for mortals had been largely exhausted. At the center of the conflict lurked evil Soros, whose armies found strength in despair and whose banners promised an end to all troublesome hope. To turn the tide, Poole sought audience with Bakraleon and was rewarded first with a blast of flame and a brief but educational duel. Only when the dragon tasted the captain's refusal to yield did he listen to what Poole had brought from the long strains of Ye Olde Funk. Together with Firestone dwarves and a skyful of dragons, Poole drove Soros's forces into rout and secured the Buckstone that had lain half forgotten beneath Buckwildian's crust. In gratitude, the dwarves gifted him a shard of that ancient relic, a fragment that would later glow in the heart of the Falcon Forge like a captured sunrise, humming softly whenever trouble drew near. Bards in Thunderbrew halls still argue over whether Poole's courage or his foolishness weighed more in that battle. The dragons, for their part, simply remember that on that day, a mortal stood his ground in the teeth of dragonfire and refused to blink first. Relics do not sit easily beside ordinary tools. After Buckwildian, the shard of Buckstone rode in a box that made everyone aboard the Falcon nervous. It sang softly to itself in the night and warmed at the mention of places it had never been. Poole knew that such a thing could not simply be left on a shelf, nor wielded carelessly like a spare wrench. With help from Thunderbrew smiths and a sporlock who owed him 3 favors and a pair of boots, Poole reshaped a bay in the Falcon's lower decks into what would become known as the Falcon Forge. Its walls were inlaid with sigils that bent stray magic away from the engines. Its anvil was cut from stone that had once lain beneath Groovecore itself. Above the main workbench, suspended in a frame of brass and old promises, the Buckstone shard took pride of place. Here weapons were tempered not only in heat, but in story. Armor was etched with glyphs that told jokes only the wearer understood. The forge became as much chapel as workshop, a place where Poole and his crew could argue with their ghosts while hammering the future into shape. From that day forward, any enemy who faced the Falcon faced not only steel and spell, but a ship whose heart beat to the rhythm of an ancient relic that refused to be silent. Some books are meant to be read in quiet libraries. Some demand chanting and candlelight. The Naughty Book of Secrets is not among these. Hidden for ages in vaults no one quite remembered how to open, the NBOS was a knot of law and mischief, bound in leather that never stayed the same color for long. Within its pages swirled half-forgotten treaties, recipes that should not be attempted indoors, and the sort of prophecies that always begin with the words, "Whatever you do, do not." Scholars had died trying to catalogue it. Thieves had vanished trying to steal it. For a time, the safest course had been to pretend the thing did not exist. Poole, being Poole, did the opposite. In a chain of incidents that would later be described by the inquest as ill-advised but undeniably effective, he infiltrated, bluffed, and occasionally exploded his way through those defenses and lifted the NBOS from its resting place. The book took poorly to captivity and warped 3 holsters before allowing itself to be housed in the Falcon's Loratorium. From that day on, it became both shield and lodestone, drawing toward Poole all who sought power over Funkatron's past or future, and whispering in his ear whenever silence might have been the wiser course. Crew members swear that on certain nights, when the ship hangs between stars, the book's pages turn themselves, and diagrams no mortal hand has drawn crawl across the parchment before fading like breath on glass. Deep in the rat-run gutters beneath 100 cities, a crown of twisted cutlery gleamed in the dark. The Rat King, sovereign of all that scurried between floorboard and drain, had long heard rumors of the Naughty Book of Secrets. Where others coveted its lore for prophecy or dominion, he desired simply the leverage it might grant in the endless war between those above and those below. When Beth Jesus began to move his pieces in the wider cosmos, coin and poison both passed into the Rat King's paws. One damp midnight, he stood atop a mound of old refuse and declared a bounty on Poole and the NBOS that made even hardened assassins choke on their ale. From that hour, sewers in distant ports grew rowdier as cutthroats, bounty hunters, and ambitious vermin jockeyed to be the first to follow squeaking maps to the TC Falcon. Poole responded in the only way that made sense to him. He tightened security, sharpened his wit, and made sure the Loratorium had plenty of cheese. The stage was set for clashes in alleyways, ambushes during ceremonies, and at least one memorable incident involving a cabbage cart and an explosion that no one has yet taken formal responsibility for. For ages, the Mink Dinks had been treated as amusing footnotes in other people's histories. Small, quick, and sharp of tongue, they tilled fields others ignored, mended machines others had given up on, and found paths through forests where even druids got lost. Yet in council halls, they were granted only the smallest benches and the least comfortable cups. Their contributions were praised in song and forgotten in lore. That began to change when envoys from the Mink Dink boroughs appeared uninvited at a conclave in Brel, carrying scrolls legal enough to frighten even the inquest. They demanded, in language both precise and delightfully insulting, recognition of their right to govern their own affairs and to be paid properly for services rendered. The debates that followed lasted months and featured several walkouts, one duel, and an incident with a frog that the minutes politely describe as unplanned performance art. In the end, the council had little choice but to acknowledge what reality had long known. The Mink Dinks were granted autonomy, their small kingdom marked on maps with lines as firm as any empire's, and the world became at once more just and significantly more chaotic. Since that day, any treaty that fails to account for mink-dink interests is considered not worth the parchment it is penned on, at least by those who do not enjoy waking up to find all their spoons missing. Boomtown of Brel had never lacked for characters, but even by its own standards, the election of Mayor Gorp was an event. Gorp was not a war hero, nor a great scholar, nor even particularly organized. What he possessed was an iron stomach, a gift for remembering names, and the uncanny ability to be standing exactly where things were about to become interesting. He had poured drinks for Thunderbrew lords and goob-gob pranksters, patched up brawls, soothed crying children, and once negotiated a truce between two rival bean merchants while hanging upside down from a signpost. When he announced his candidacy, most of the serious people laughed. When he won by a margin that suggested half the city had written his name in unprompted, the laughter turned to a slightly nervous respect. Under his watch, Boomtown became louder, brighter, and more itself than ever, drawing in wanderers, misfits, and would-be heroes like moths to a lantern. Orderly folk tutted and muttered that one day the place would simply roll off its foundations and disappear into legend. Others pointed out that this was, more or less, the point. Somewhere in the city records there is still a crumpled scrap on which Gorp wrote his first policy. Make sure everyone has a story to tell when they leave. By that measure, his term was a resounding success. On a night when the rain came down in threads rather than sheets, a new kind of fire was lit above Boomtown. From a crooked tower patched together from older dreams and newer debts, the first signal of KPP 101 slouched into the air. It was not much to look at, a flicker on old dials and a line on newer screens, but the sound that rode upon it wrapped around Funkatron like a familiar coat. Music, stories, and late-night confessions drifted on that frequency, winding their way into kitchens, guard posts, and lonely outposts where even frogs had gone quiet. They called it the Quiet Storm. Though anyone who has listened for long knows it has little to do with silence. Hosts with honeyed voices and too many secrets spoke of distant battles and small kindnesses, of frog races in Lula Lane and political scandals in Gierson, of old songs newly remembered. Travelers tuned in as they crossed mountain passes, taking comfort in the knowledge that if the world was going mad, at least someone was narrating it stylishly. In later years, KPP 101 would become a thread binding far-flung corners of Funkatron into a single, quarrelsome family. On that first night, though, it was simply a promise whispered into the dark. You are not alone out there. It is said that even Bef Jesus listens, though he would never admit which programs he prefers. Far beyond Funkatron, where the scars of mediocrities still festered in the dark, an old ambition stirred. Bef Jesus, once a mortal henchman of the outcast Thalia, and now something far stranger, stepped out of legend and into the ledgers. He had watched the Second Age of Funk unfold with cold interest, noting every relic unearthed, every bean disturbed, every foolish hero who reached for power without understanding the cost. Where others saw chaos, he saw a marketplace ripe for consolidation. In a proclamation that rang through seedy cantinas and respectable boardrooms alike, Jesus placed a bounty upon Captain Poole and the Naughty Book of Secrets, so extravagant that even those who doubted its authenticity could not ignore it. 1 billion Poolong, they said, for the tome and the man who carried it. Enough to buy a small moon or several wars or time. From that moment, the quiet dangers that had gathered around Poole sharpened into knives. Old rivals reconsidered their grudges. New enemies were born in the space of signed contracts. Somewhere beyond the great Yon, Mediocrities smiled in his sleep, sensing that the stage was being swept and lit for his possible return. In the Loratorium of the TC Falcon, the Buckstone Shard and the Naughty Book pulsed once, in opposite tempos, as if in brief, uneasy conversation about the days to come. Ages do not turn on the stroke of a bell. They lean, they creak, they sigh into place. By the time chroniclers agreed that the second age of funk had given way to the third, the old certainties were already fraying. Trade still flowed, but caravans now rode under heavier guard. The sky was still bright, but there were corners of it that sailors pretended not to see. Bean harvests grew strange, with some fields flourishing beyond all reason and others lying fallow, no matter how lovingly tended. Those who listened closely heard of outlying stars gone dark without war or catastrophe, of statues weeping rust, of Gurmunger bones humming in uneasy chords. Spore currents curled in new directions beneath the Crizzle Mountains, and even the goob gobs laughed a little more quietly when the moons rose. This slow tightening of the world's breath became known as the gathering storms, the long prelude to whatever song the Third Age intended to sing. It was in that charged stillness that new orders rose, old feuds rekindled, and invitations, written in many hands, began to make their way toward the TC Falcon. In the corners of taverns and the footnotes of the Daily Brel, people began to use a new phrase, half joke and half prayer. We live in interesting times. Long before anyone put a proper name to it, the sickness had a sound. It began as small things. Songs that once set taverns alight now left patrons nodding politely and going home early. Street performers who had juggled knives and frogs to wild applause found that crowds stared past them at bland posters promising safer entertainments. A dull sameness crept into markets and meeting halls alike, smoothing edges, quieting arguments, sanding down anything that threatened to be truly memorable. Bards started to mutter about a force they could not see, something that fed upon blandness and grew fat on compromise. Sporelocks noticed regions of the mycelial lattice where no dreams seemed to grow. KPP 101 received an increasing number of complaints that certain broadcasts had become too weird, written in the precise, bloodless language of committees. In back rooms and late-night radio segments, a phrase emerged to name this creeping flattening of the world: galactic lame. Few took it seriously at first. That was its advantage. Lame always looks harmless until you realize half your favorite things have vanished while you were busy filling out forms. In the shaded halls beneath Brel's great trees, where sunlight filters through leaves like gold, sifted through fingers, a decision was made. For too long, the Hidden Kingdom had relied upon old alliances and older wards, trusting in the goodwill of neighbors and the thickness of its own roots. Yet rumors of Bef Jessos and his quiet acquisitions of rat kings and relics had reached even the most patient elders. They looked out over a world where storms gathered beyond the horizon and knew that secrecy alone would no longer serve. So the protectors of Brel were chartered, not as conquerors, but as guardians with the authority to stand openly between their people and whatever sought to unmake them. Their sigil bore tree, crown, and shield entwined, and their oaths bound them to defend not only Brel itself, but the fragile harmony woven through the Funklands. Within their ranks marched veterans of the Undying War, young idealists fresh from academy halls, dwarven shield-bearers, human scouts, and even a few mink-dinks who refused to be left out of anything so dramatic. At their head stood officers whose names would become curses and prayers in equal measure, as politics, prophecy, and personal grudges collided beneath the boughs. Old Thunderbrew elders muttered that nothing good ever came of uniforms and polished boots. Young recruits polished their boots anyway, dreaming of glory, never suspecting how often heroism smells of mud, fear, and lukewarm stew. Stories had always moved through Funkatron like weather, changing as they passed from mouth to mouth. In the Third Age, someone decided to start writing them down daily. The first issue of the Daily Brel slid from rattling presses with ink still damp and corners still crooked. Its pages carried market prices and missing goat notices, alongside tales of goob-gob mischief, Thunderbrew festivals, and rare, uncomfortable questions about where certain taxes actually went. The paper was meant only for the folks of Boomtown at first, something to read with morning stew, yet copies have a way of traveling when stories are good. Soon crumpled sheets of the Daily Brel were turning up in Gearson taverns, on Thunderbrew taproom tables, in Loo La Lane frog stables, even washed up in the marshes of Hilky Bay. Some read it for the obituaries, some for the weather, some for the biting little editorials that dared to mention Jesus and mediocrities in the same breath as local council meetings. In an age where powers, both mortal and mythic, sought to control the narrative of reality, the Daily Brel became a modest, stubborn counterspell, insisting that ordinary lives and small absurdities mattered as much as grand prophecies. Children wrapped their lunches in its pages, generals clipped articles they pretended not to have seen. Somewhere aboard the TC Falcon, a crew member used it to wedge a door open and, pausing to read, learned something that would later save a life. High above the squeaking world of the Rat King, there hangs another realm entirely, ruled not by vermin, but by mice of unexpected courage. On Nibelheim, in the bright courts of King Nibelheim VII, preparations had been made for a ceremony of honor. Captain Poole, whose mad path had crossed more than one royal headache, was to be awarded the Sash of Nibelheim, a relic of such storied pedigree that court historians had written 3 contradictory books about it. Musicians tuned their instruments, chefs fussed over crumbs with military precision, and the king's tiny knights polished their acorn helmets until they shone like moons. Into this whir of ceremony crept treachery. The Rat King, swollen with Jezosian promises and his own rancor, led assassins through ducts and shadowed crawl spaces, intending to seize both Poole and the naughty Book of Secrets in one brazen snatch. What he had not reckoned on was Prince Nibblesworth and the bite of loyalty. In the chaos that followed, mice clashed with rats in battles no larger folk would ever fully see. Corridors rang with war squeaks, and Poole found himself fighting shoulder to shoulder with warriors, scarcely taller than his handspan. When the dust settled, the Rat King lay defeated and was carried off in chains to the only prison audacious enough to hold him, a cell aboard the TC Falcon itself, where his complaints could keep the engines company. To this day, if you press your ear to a certain bulkhead on the Falcon, you can hear distant squeaking arguments about cheese, destiny, and whose fault it all was. There comes a point in every story where scattered misfortunes reveal themselves as the opening act of something larger. By the current year of the Third Age, the signs had become too many to ignore. Beans failed in patterns that matched no known blight, only old prophecies. Spore currents drew sigils under the earth that made seasoned sporelocks wake drenched in cold sweat. Relics long thought safely hidden began to glow beneath dust-covered tarps, as if sensing someone calling their names from very far away. So emissaries were summoned, called not only by royal decree or inquest seal, but by dreams, by radio broadcasts, by stubborn rumors that refused to die. From Thunder Brew halls came dwarven brewers who could turn courage into liquid and pour it into a cup. From Brinebeard coves came sailors who had seen the Yinkleberry shoals and lived. From Verdoriath came elves whose songs could coax secrets from stone and tree. Minkdinks arrived uninvited, of course, and refused to leave. They gathered in the halls of lore aboard the TC Falcon, that wandering fortress of steel and story, and there forged something the world had not known since the heavenly plains. A fellowship, sworn not to a crown, but to the groove itself. They called it the Fellowship of Funk. Their charge was simple and impossible: to stand against galactic lame, to keep Beth Yezos from seizing the relics and freeing mediocrities, and to ensure that, whatever darkness rose, the music of Funkatron would go on. If the ages are chords in a song older than stars, then the Fellowship is the hand that reaches out, mid-performance, and dares to bend the note. Somewhere beyond the great Yon-Yon, something listens, frowns, and begins to tap its foot.
You're listening to KPP 101, The Quiet Storm. Autumn in the Funk.
Quiet Storm.
Well, it's the Daily Braille, the Daily Braille, the newspaper that knows you all too well. Page after page delivered right to your door. It's the Daily Braille, now let us show you some more. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Well, it's the Daily Braille, the Daily Braille, the newspaper that knows you all too well. Page after page delivered right to your door. It's the Daily Braille, now let us show you some more. I'll let us show you some more. I'll let us show you some more. Bow. I should be railing and ride. I should the story of a smile. Oh, I should be me. Oh, I should be wrist and a breathe. But I should be too hard displeased. Or should we strive to be kissed? But I should be loud. You treasure me long and I need. The orders are love to the only thing, and our letters are love to the nail. But I'm on the beat top till my heart is broken and waiting around, but I'm proud. Well, it's the Daily Braille, the Daily Braille, the newspaper that knows you all too well. Page after page deliver right to your door. It's the Daily Braille, now let us show you some more. I'll let us show you some more. I'll let us show you some more. Ba-da, 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 ba.
before calendars, before kings, before even the notion of morning and night, there was a sound. It was not a song in any tongue, but a groove without beginning or end, a slow turning current of rhythm that moved through the dark like warm breath. Those who speak of such things call it ye old funk, the first and eldest music. Out of that endless groove, notes rose like sparks and hung upon the nothing between the stars. From those notes stepped the Thalia, beings neither wholly light nor wholly shadow, each carrying a fragment of the primal melody. They did not build with stone or iron, but with tempo and tone. And with their playing, they coaxed the first lights into being. When their opening jam reached its first great crest, the heavens bloomed with stars, and the long, slow fall of worlds began. Among them, small and bright and destined for trouble, spun the world that would one day be named Funkatron. In the far reaches of that first firmament, it is said that the groove wrapped itself around this young world like a cloak, choosing it not for any virtue, but for the simple fact that it listened. The heartbeat of Funkatron was set to the ancient meter of ye old funk, and from that moment on, everything that lived upon it would dance, fight, pray, and argue in time with a song it could not fully hear. In those elder days, the sky of Funkatron was bare, a colorless dome waiting for a story. The Thalia gathered in the silent gulf beyond the young world and played a slow circling canon, a song of tides and watchful eyes. Dust and stone gathered to their rhythm, coiling and knotting until 3 pale lights took form and began their measured dance. Vraisa, the dancing eye, came first, bright and sharp, casting long silver paths across the oceans. Plesidar followed, a dim and humming lantern whose face never looked the same way twice and whose light stirred secrets in root and bone. Last rose little Numa, the shadow giggle, who delighted in slipping between light and dark and painting the land with half-remembered dreams. Thus the sky received its first companions, and the folk who would come after learned quickly that it was unwise to make vows or start trouble when all 3 moons watched from above. In the oldest tales, bards still speak of a night when all 3 moons aligned, and the Thalia danced along their rims, their steps scattering stardust down like snow. Those grains that reached Funkatron took root as strange stones and half-living metals, the seeds of relics that even now hum when the moons share a sky. Not all who are born to harmony choose to remain within it. Among the Thalia, there rose one whose ear tilted forever toward his own reflection in the sound. He called himself Mediocrities, and though his hands were skilled and his tone pure, he could never abide the thought that the groove belonged to all. While the others traded solos in joy, he listened only for the moments where his note might stand alone. In the stillness between sessions, he slipped away, drifting beyond the great Yon-Yon, where the echoes of ye old funk grew thin and the void waited, hungry. There he tried to raise his own song, offbeat and out of key with the melody that had birthed him. The universe did not shatter, but it flinched. From that crooked tune seeped the first stale airs of envy, sloth, and small cruelties. Worlds began to know famine, not born of soil, but of hoarded plenty, and the shadows between stars learned to whisper promises that sounded almost true. The Thalia felt the dissonance like grit between strings, and knew that one of their own had broken from the circle. In quiet conclaves, they argued whether a note once bent could ever be brought back into tune. While they debated, Mediocrities gathered listeners of his own out in the dark, teaching them how to turn every shared song into a ladder only one might climb. When the discord of mediocrities could no longer be ignored, the sky itself became a battlefield. Across 1,000 systems, free worlds dimmed as his followers marched under banners of smudged light and broken rhythm. They passed through gates of shadow and descended on the heavenly plains, a vast expanse of radiant stone where the grooves of the Thalia ran like veins. There, heroes from worlds that had never before spoken met for the first time, their languages braided together by a shared refusal to be flattened into silence. They came in shining mail and patched leather, in robes and rags and nothing at all, bearing relics and relic to be. Swords that sang when drawn, drums that could call rain, banners that would not burn. The Thalia themselves took the field, not as distant gods, but as musicians sweating under the weight of their own fear. The war that followed is spoken of only in fragments, for those who saw it whole do not sleep easily. Some recall a moment when the plains themselves rose up, every stone ringing with the note of defiance. Others speak of the silent charge of the Gurmungers, titans of rock whose footfalls were like falling mountains. In the end, Mediocrities was thrown down and bound with cords of his own twisted music, his armies scattered like blown ash. He was carried beyond the great Yon-Yon and cast where even the brave prefer not to point. Yet the bruise his rebellion left on reality never quite faded. In certain keys, on certain nights, musicians still find sour notes in their scales that no teacher remembers placing there, and the wise pretend they did not hear. In the quiet that follows a great noise, even gods move carefully. The Thalia walked among the worlds that had bled for them, and saw how thin some hopes had become. To those houses who had stood when others fell, they offered more than thanks. In the foundries of light that circle the upper airs, they forged relics of power, each tuned to a world and a people, each capable of catching the stray notes of mediocrities before they took root. For Funkatron they wrought the Buckstone, a dense shard of crystallized groove, heavy as guilt and bright as forgiveness. They set within it echoes of the undying jam that had first birthed the stars, so that any hand worthy to bear it would feel both the weight of history and the permission to improvise. At the same time, they turned their craft toward smaller seeds. From the heart of ye old funk, they distilled the 7 beans of power: wit, rhythm, rage, reverie, nourishment, memory, and a 7th whose true name is spoken only in the dreams of those who have not yet been born. Each bean was planted in some hidden corner of Funkatron, entrusted not to kings, but to soil and weather and the stubborn patience of roots. In later centuries, when farmers found odd sprouting patterns in their fields, or when a single cup of stew carried comfort far beyond its ingredients, old storytellers would nod and tap their noses. Somewhere beneath those furrows, they claimed, a fragment of a sacred bean had stirred and remembered the song of its making. After the beans were hidden in the dark, the world itself answered in kind. Across the Funklands, a handful of saplings appeared, where no seed had been planted by mortal hand. They rose swiftly, not in crude haste, but with the steady certainty of things that remember how they were made. Their roots dove deep toward the slumbering beans. Their branches climbed high into the winds that still carried the last shreds of Thalia song. These were the great trees, each a living bridge between relic and rainfall, between the old music and the small lives beating beneath it. Around their trunks, tribes and towns would one day gather for judgment, festival, and the quiet business of simply existing. Beneath their shade, first treaties were sworn and first betrayals whispered. though scholars now argue over which tree is eldest and which most powerful, the oldest farmers will tell you that each grew where the world itself felt a thin place in its own bark, a spot that needed thickening lest mediocrity's sour notes seep back in. Deep under the jagged crowns of the Crizzle Mountains, where sunlight had never yet troubled the stone, a different kind of music seeped through the rock. Moist air breathed through caverns veined with pale fungus, and in those still-puddled halls, strange caps unfurled. They glowed with unearthly color, not like torchlight or stars, but like the after-image of a dream you are certain you did not have. When spores rose from their gills, they carried whispers, not in words, but in remembered feelings and half-forgotten songs. It was there that the first wanderers, lost or driven below by storms, inhaled by accident, and saw the world come apart into glyphs and currents. They learned that by tracing signs in the air and shaping their breath, they could lean upon the hidden patterns that threaded all things. Later ages would call this sporesery, the subtle art of listening to what grows in the dark and persuading it, gently or not, to do as you ask. Some came back from those caverns with new wisdom, some with new madness, and some with smiles that never quite reached their eyes again. Yet from that time on, the earth beneath Funkatron was never wholly quiet. Circles of Sporlocks would one day found their orders in these halls, swearing to walk the narrow path between medicine and poison, between insight and obsession. After the thunder of war and the shrill cries of broken stars, the universe entered a slower, steadier measure. On Funkatron, this new tempo was felt most keenly in the soil. Forests thickened their trunks and stretched their crowns. Rivers abandoned old beds for new, as if trying on courses the way a minstrel tries on verses. Hills that had once been bare shrugged on mantles of grass and scrub. It seemed as though the world had decided to draw a long breath and consider what might be grown instead of what might be slain. This is the span sages call the Age of Seeds, though the scholars of later days wrap it inside the long shadow of the first age of funk. It was an era of beginnings, of small experiments, of clans and creatures learning to share valleys and skies. No king yet claimed all the lands of the Funklands. No single song commanded all the halls. But among the camps and cairns, the first stories that would shape the future were already being told. In that gentler age, the seven beans slept beneath field and forest, and each new sprout that pushed its way into the light carried in its own small fashion an echo of the relics that slumbered deeper still. On the shoulder of a mountain that would later be called Boogie, dwarves found a cavern whose stone rang like a drum when struck, and whose air tasted faintly of barley. There they raised Thunderbrew Hall, carving its pillars in the shapes of casks and its arches in the shapes of foaming steins. At first it was only a meeting place for miners too stubborn to admit they were exhausted, a spot to share ale and argue over whose tunnel had the richer vein. In time, it became a sanctum, the beating heart of a house that believed brewing could be as sacred as forging or fighting. Within its deepest chambers, the Thunderbrew masters experimented with yeasts that remembered songs, with barrels seasoned in spore-lit caves, with stews that could mend courage worn thin by grief. Visitors climbed the mountain for an evening's drink and left 3 days later with new friends, a new tattoo, and a vow never again to insult dwarven craftsmanship in any public venue. From Thunderbrew Hall would come not only beverages, but heroes, shamans, and the occasional troublemaker who insisted on adding mushrooms to everything. Beneath the roots of the Melody Mountains, where stone still remembered the touch of Gomunga claws, the Thalia took up their mallets once more. They sought a folk who could live close to the bones of the world, who would love stone not simply as a resource, but as a companion. From resonant granite and veins of iron, they carved stout forms, compact and enduring. When a dwarf shape pleased them, they struck its sternum with a hammer of pure creme, and the note that rang out became that clan's heartbeat. Thus were the first dwarves awakened, coughing dust and laughter in the same breath. From them would rise houses whose names still carry weight in every hall with a proper taproom. Thunderbrew, who married stone to barrel and turned brewing into scripture. Highhammer, whose forges beat time for whole armies. And Brinebeard, who taught ships to trust their keels, even when the sea roared in 7 voices at once. In those days, the dwarves did not yet know their destinies, only that tunnels wanted digging, ore wanted freeing, and songs wanted singing loud enough to rattle stalactites from the ceiling. When a dwarf first raised a mug and toasted the echo of his own voice, the mountains themselves seemed to chuckle in reply. For a long while, Funkatron knew the tread of stone-born dwarves, the flicker of elven groves, the splash and cackle of goob-gobs in marsh and fen. Then, in the empty spaces between these older peoples, something softer stirred. Wandering chord echoes that had drifted low over plains and shorelines began to knot themselves together, drawing dust and water and breath into new shapes. These shapes were neither as long-lived as elves, nor as enduring as dwarves. Yet there was a restlessness in them that the others lacked. They woke beneath unfamiliar constellations, with no memory of having slept, and immediately started arguing about which way was east. Thus came humankind, bare of claw or shell, their defenses mostly cleverness and stubbornness, their fashions immediately regrettable. They took to stories as ducks take to water, and before long, every fire from coast to forest edge had someone holding forth about what might lie beyond the next hill. The older peoples watched them with a mix of fondness and alarm, sensing that this new race would complicate matters in ways no prophecy had prepared them for. The prophecies had not, for instance, accounted for the speed with which humans could improvise a plan that was both heroic and deeply unwise. For centuries, Mount Groove Core had muttered in its sleep, sending tremors through stone halls and making tankards rattle in far-off taverns. Then, on a day still argued about by chroniclers, it woke. The mountain didn't burst in ash and ruin, but in sound. From its throat poured a column of light and rhythm that climbed into the sky, rippling across clouds, across the very faces of the moons. Birds forgot how to flap their wings and simply rode the vibration. Rivers rose in their beds and fell again, laughing. Every drum within 1,000 miles answered, whether hand struck it or not. From that downbeat on, the folk of Funkatron knew that something had changed. Calendars reset themselves, kings recalculated the dates of their own legitimacy, and grandmothers everywhere declared that this was exactly what they had been telling people about for years. The scholars named the new count after Funk, and the span that followed the first age of Funk. But among common folk it was simply called the time when things really started happening. In hidden valleys and high towers, relics shivered, as if some great old song had returned to the verse after a long wander through improvisation.
gay anymore. I keep forgetting that I don't like those big juicy boners. I keep forgetting that I'm not gay anymore. I keep forgetting when I see those big boners and those bulging glistening in the sun. Ask myself why When I see those big boners and those bulging, glistening in the sun, ask myself why can't I be gay no more? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I'm not gay anymore. I keep forgetting that I don't like those juicy boners. I keep forgetting that I'm not gay anymore. I keep forgetting. tonight. I will go bog wild with delight. Old Pappy found you. I couldn't believe it was you. That's when I went bog wild all the longest time.
I got her in the palm of my hand. She knows I love her. I got her. I thought I lost her. Your life so quick. Sometimes just blinking, you might miss it when you close your eyes. It's been a while since we kicked it, but the answer's on a lie tonight. Oh, I got her in the palm of my hand. She knows I love her, and I got her. I thought I lost her again. I got her in the palm of my hand. She knows I love her, and I got her. I thought I lost her again. Oh, I'm on the way to finding exactly how to treat her right. Another day I'm waiting, but I've been waiting my whole life to find someone like. And I got her in the palm of my hand. She knows I love her, and I got her, but I lost her again. I got her in the palm of my hand. She knows I love her, and I got her, but I lost her again. I got her, my hand. I got her.
Mama, 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 bug fever's running everywhere. Yeah, mama, 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 you can smell it in the air. You know we've got to find a way to get bug fever the fuck out of here today. My father saw you in Boomtown just the other day. Oh, now my father is in a great haze. You got bug fever the other day. I think you sat there and called me gay. He's telling lies right before my eyes. Don't call me gay if I haven't called you
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel. You're a monster, Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole. You're a vile one, Mr. Grinch. You have termites in your smile. You have all the tender sweetness of a seasick crocodile, Mr. Grinch. Given the choice between the two of you, I'd take the seasick crocodile. You're a foul one, Mr. Grinch. You're a nasty, westy skunk.
It's close to midnight. Something's getting buck wild in the dark. And all the moonlight, you see that it's me. I'm so buck wild. You try to cream, oh, but that old cream you wrote is so mistaken. You couldn't believe, oh, this dirty McCringle looks you right between the eyes. Your soul's on fire, 'cause this is you. You hear the Kringle snap, and now there's nowhere left to run. You feel a cold hand and wonder if it belongs to dirty McCringle. Plot twist, you can't believe this shit is so buck wild. Dirty McCringle, he's right there looking at you up inside, and now you're out of time. 'Cause Dirty McCringle, that Kringle now, oh no, it's so scary that Dirty McCringle wants to eat you in his eye.
sits in his chair as he thinks, and he rocks by the door. What was it for? Dirty McCringle. Oh, he's so dirty, and plus he is also McCringle. That makes him Dirty McCringle. Oh, my dirty McCringle. What are you cringling for? Oh, my dirty McCringle. Why do you Dirty McCringle? Dirty McCringle. Walking away, Lord Brangusha looks at him now. Dirty McCringle, Dirty McCringle. Oh, I love to sing about, oh, his name is also Dirty McCringle. I look at all my Dirty McCringles. I look at all Dirty McCringle. Dirty McCringle, plotting to take all the yucca berries for his name. Also his aim, also in Lula, laying on my brain. Oh my God, it's so gay, I'm so gay, coming Dirty McCringle. I look at all my Dirty McCringles. I look at all Dirty McCringles.
What up, Vaughn? No worries, big dog. We're chilling today. Good to see you. Yeah. Excuse me. Thanks. Yeah, this is the Drunken Dragon. Crazy. It's crazy for me even like looking at this scene. Lots of history there.
before calendars, before kings, before even the notion of morning and night, there was a sound. It was not a song in any tongue, but a groove without beginning or end, a slow turning current of rhythm that moved through the dark like warm breath. Those who speak of such things call it ye old funk, the first and eldest music. Out of that endless groove, notes rose like sparks and hung upon the nothing between the stars. From those notes stepped the Thalia, beings neither wholly light nor wholly shadow, each carrying a fragment of the primal melody. They did not build with stone or iron, but with tempo and tone. And with their playing, they coaxed the first lights into being. When their opening jam reached its first great crest, the heavens bloomed with stars, and the long, slow fall of worlds began. Among them, small and bright and destined for trouble, spun the world that would one day be named Funkatron. In the far reaches of that first firmament, it is said that the groove wrapped itself around this young world like a cloak, choosing it not for any virtue, but for the simple fact that it listened. The heartbeat of Funkatron was set to the ancient meter of ye old funk, and from that moment on, everything that lived upon it would dance, fight, pray, and argue in time with a song it could not fully hear. In those elder days, the sky of Funkatron was bare, a colorless dome waiting for a story. The Thalia gathered in the silent gulf beyond the young world and played a slow circling canon, a song of tides and watchful eyes. Dust and stone gathered to their rhythm, coiling and knotting until 3 pale lights took form and began their measured dance. Vraisa, the dancing eye, came first, bright and sharp, casting long silver paths across the oceans. Plesidar followed, a dim and humming lantern whose face never looked the same way twice and whose light stirred secrets in root and bone. Last rose little Numa, the shadow giggle, who delighted in slipping between light and dark and painting the land with half-remembered dreams. Thus the sky received its first companions, and the folk who would come after learned quickly that it was unwise to make vows or start trouble when all 3 moons watched from above. In the oldest tales, bards still speak of a night when all 3 moons aligned and the Thalia danced along their rims, their steps scattering stardust down like snow. Those grains that reached Funkatron took root as strange stones and half-living metals, the seeds of relics that even now hum when the moons share a sky. Not all who are born to harmony choose to remain within it. Among the Thalia, there rose one whose ear tilted forever toward his own reflection in the sound. He called himself Mediocrities, and though his hands were skilled and his tone pure, he could never abide the thought that the groove belonged to all. While the others traded solos in joy, he listened only for the moments where his note might stand alone. In the stillness between sessions, he slipped away, drifting beyond the great Yon-Yon, where the echoes of ye old funk grew thin and the void waited, hungry. There he tried to raise his own song, offbeat and out of key with the melody that had birthed him. The universe did not shatter, but it flinched. From that crooked tune seeped the first stale airs of envy, sloth, and small cruelties. Worlds began to know famine, not born of soil, but of hoarded plenty, and the shadows between stars learned to whisper promises that sounded almost true. The Thalia felt the dissonance like grit between strings, and knew that one of their own had broken from the circle. In quiet conclaves, they argued whether a note once bent could ever be brought back into tune. While they debated, Mediocrities gathered listeners of his own out in the dark, teaching them how to turn every shared song into a ladder only one might climb. When the discord of mediocrities could no longer be ignored, the sky itself became a battlefield. Across 1,000 systems, free worlds dimmed as his followers marched under banners of smudged light and broken rhythm. They passed through gates of shadow and descended on the heavenly plains, a vast expanse of radiant stone where the grooves of the Thalia ran like veins. There, heroes from worlds that had never before spoken met for the first time, their languages braided together by a shared refusal to be flattened into silence. They came in shining mail and patched leather, in robes and rags and nothing at all, bearing relics and relic to be. Swords that sang when drawn, drums that could call rain, banners that would not burn. The Thalia themselves took the field, not as distant gods, but as musicians sweating under the weight of their own fear. The war that followed is spoken of only in fragments, for those who saw it whole do not sleep easily. Some recall a moment when the plains themselves rose up, every stone ringing with the note of defiance. Others speak of the silent charge of the Gurmungers, titans of rock whose footfalls were like falling mountains. In the end, Mediocrities was thrown down and bound with cords of his own twisted music, his armies scattered like blown ash. He was carried beyond the great Yon-Yon and cast where even the brave prefer not to point. Yet the bruise his rebellion left on reality never quite faded. In certain keys, on certain nights, musicians still find sour notes in their scales that no teacher remembers placing there, and the wise pretend they did not hear. In the quiet that follows a great noise, even gods move carefully. The Thalia walked among the worlds that had bled for them, and saw how thin some hopes had become. To those houses who had stood when others fell, they offered more than thanks. In the foundries of light that circle the upper airs, they forged relics of power, each tuned to a world and a people, each capable of catching the stray notes of mediocrities before they took root. For Funkatron they wrought the Buckstone, a dense shard of crystallized groove, heavy as guilt and bright as forgiveness. They set within it echoes of the undying jam that had first birthed the stars, so that any hand worthy to bear it would feel both the weight of history and the permission to improvise. At the same time, they turned their craft toward smaller seeds. From the heart of ye old funk, they distilled the 7 beans of power: wit, rhythm, rage, reverie, nourishment, memory, and a 7th whose true name is spoken only in the dreams of those who have not yet been born. Each bean was planted in some hidden corner of Funkatron, entrusted not to kings, but to soil and weather and the stubborn patience of roots. In later centuries, when farmers found odd sprouting patterns in their fields, or when a single cup of stew carried comfort far beyond its ingredients, old storytellers would nod and tap their noses. Somewhere beneath those furrows, they claimed, a fragment of a sacred bean had stirred and remembered the song of its making. After the beans were hidden in the dark, the world itself answered in kind. Across the Funklands, a handful of saplings appeared, where no seed had been planted by mortal hand. They rose swiftly, not in crude haste, but with the steady certainty of things that remember how they were made. Their roots dove deep toward the slumbering beans. Their branches climbed high into the winds that still carried the last shreds of Thalia song. These were the great trees, each a living bridge between relic and rainfall, between the old music and the small lives beating beneath it. Around their trunks, tribes and towns would one day gather for judgment, festival, and the quiet business of simply existing. Beneath their shade, first treaties were sworn and first betrayals whispered. though scholars now argue over which tree is eldest and which most powerful, the oldest farmers will tell you that each grew where the world itself felt a thin place in its own bark, a spot that needed thickening lest mediocrity's sour notes seep back in, deep under the jagged crowns of the Crizzle Mountains, where sunlight had never yet troubled the stone. A different kind of music seeped through the rock. Moist air breathed through caverns veined with pale fungus, and in those still-puddled halls, strange caps unfurled. They glowed with unearthly color, not like torchlight or stars, but like the after-image of a dream you are certain you did not have. When spores rose from their gills, they carried whispers, not in words, but in remembered feelings and half-forgotten songs. It was there that the first wanderers, lost or driven below by storms, inhaled by accident, and saw the world come apart into glyphs and currents. They learned that by tracing signs in the air and shaping their breath, they could lean upon the hidden patterns that threaded all things. Later ages would call this sporesery, the subtle art of listening to what grows in the dark and persuading it, gently or not, to do as you ask. Some came back from those caverns with new wisdom, some with new madness, and some with smiles that never quite reached their eyes again. Yet from that time on, the earth beneath Funkatron was never wholly quiet. Circles of sporelocks would one day found their orders in these halls, swearing to walk the narrow path between medicine and poison, between insight and obsession. After the thunder of war and the shrill cries of broken stars, the universe entered a slower, steadier measure. On Funkatron, this new tempo was felt most keenly in the soil. Forests thickened their trunks and stretched their crowns. Rivers abandoned old beds for new, as if trying on courses the way a minstrel tries on verses. Hills that had once been bare shrugged on mantles of grass and scrub. It seemed as though the world had decided to draw a long breath and consider what might be grown instead of what might be slain. This is the span sages call the Age of Seeds, though the scholars of later days wrap it inside the long shadow of the first age of funk. It was an era of beginnings, of small experiments, of clans and creatures learning to share valleys and skies. No king yet claimed all the lands of the Funklands. No single song commanded all the halls. But among the camps and cairns, the first stories that would shape the future were already being told. In that gentler age, the seven beans slept beneath field and forest, and each new sprout that pushed its way into the light carried in its own small fashion an echo of the relics that slumbered deeper still. On the shoulder of a mountain that would later be called Boogie, dwarves found a cavern whose stone rang like a drum when struck, and whose air tasted faintly of barley. There they raised Thunderbrew Hall, carving its pillars in the shapes of casks and its arches in the shapes of foaming steins. At first, it was only a meeting place for miners too stubborn to admit they were exhausted, a spot to share ale and argue over whose tunnel had the richer vein. In time, it became a sanctum, the beating heart of a house that believed brewing could be as sacred as forging or fighting. Within its deepest chambers, the Thunderbrew masters experimented with yeasts that remembered songs, with barrels seasoned in spore-lit caves, with stews that could mend courage worn thin by grief. Visitors climbed the mountain for an evening's drink and left 3 days later with new friends, a new tattoo, and a vow never again to insult dwarven craftsmanship in any public venue. From Thunderbrew Hall would come not only beverages, but heroes, shamans, and the occasional troublemaker who insisted on adding mushrooms to everything. Beneath the roots of the Melody Mountains, where stone still remembered the touch of Gomunga claws, the Thalia took up their mallets once more. They sought a folk who could live close to the bones of the world, who would love stone not simply as a resource, but as a companion. From resonant granite and veins of iron, they carved stout forms, compact and enduring. When a dwarf shape pleased them, they struck its sternum with a hammer of pure creme, and the note that rang out became that clan's heartbeat. Thus were the first dwarves awakened, coughing dust and laughter in the same breath. From them would rise houses whose names still carry weight in every hall with a proper taproom. Thunderbrew, who married stone to barrel and turned brewing into scripture. Highhammer, whose forges beat time for whole armies. And Brinebeard, who taught ships to trust their keels, even when the sea roared in 7 voices at once. In those days, the dwarves did not yet know their destinies, only that tunnels wanted digging, ore wanted freeing, and songs wanted singing loud enough to rattle stalactites from the ceiling. When a dwarf first raised a mug and toasted the echo of his own voice, the mountains themselves seemed to chuckle in reply. For a long while, Funkatron knew the tread of stone-born dwarves, the flicker of elven groves, the splash and cackle of goob-gobs in marsh and fen. Then, in the empty spaces between these older peoples, something softer stirred. Wandering chord echoes that had drifted low over plains and shorelines began to knot themselves together, drawing dust and water and breath into new shapes. These shapes were neither as long-lived as elves, nor as enduring as dwarves. Yet there was a restlessness in them that the others lacked. They woke beneath unfamiliar constellations, with no memory of having slept, and immediately started arguing about which way was east. Thus came humankind, bare of claw or shell, their defenses mostly cleverness and stubbornness, their fashions immediately regrettable. They took to stories as ducks take to water, and before long, every fire from coast to forest edge had someone holding forth about what might lie beyond the next hill. The older peoples watched them with a mix of fondness and alarm, sensing that this new race would complicate matters in ways no prophecy had prepared them for. The prophecies had not, for instance, accounted for the speed with which humans could improvise a plan that was both heroic and deeply unwise. For centuries, Mount Groove Core had muttered in its sleep, sending tremors through stone halls and making tankards rattle in far-off taverns. Then, on a day still argued about by chroniclers, it woke. The mountain didn't burst in ash and ruin, but in sound. From its throat poured a column of light and rhythm that climbed into the sky, rippling across clouds, across the very faces of the moons. Birds forgot how to flap their wings and simply rode the vibration. Rivers rose in their beds and fell again, laughing. Every drum within 1,000 miles answered, whether hand struck it or not. From that downbeat on, the folk of Funkatron knew that something had changed. Calendars reset themselves, kings recalculated the dates of their own legitimacy, and grandmothers everywhere declared that this was exactly what they had been telling people about for years. The scholars named the new count after Funk, and the span that followed the first age of Funk. But among common folk it was simply called the time when things really started happening. In hidden valleys and high towers, relics shivered, as if some great old song had returned to the verse after a long wander through improvisation. Those who were listening closely heard, beneath the roar of celebration, a deeper theme waking in the world, one that would not resolve for many ages to come. On the misted shores of Deeb Lake, the quiet pact between water and name was broken. In earlier days, those who fell beneath those waters were grieved and remembered, their names carried in song by the living. Over time, forgotten dead weighed heavy on the lake's floor. and something in its depths began to hunger. Letters slipped loose from headstones, syllables faded on old lips, and the lost names sank, gathering in the dark like silt. At last the lake rose up, not in flood, but in awareness. It began to steal the names of those who drowned in it, drawing their identities down and wrapping them around a single, cold will. Thus the Lich of Deeb was born, a mind made of stolen stories, a hatred formed from all the lives the world had let slip. The war that followed is spoken of only in fragments, for those who saw it whole do not sleep easily. Some recall a moment when the plains themselves rose up, every stone ringing with the note of defiance. Others speak of the silent charge of the Goremongers, titans of rock whose footfalls were like falling mountains. In the end, Mediocrities was thrown down and bound with cords of his own twisted music, his armies scattered like blown ash. He was carried beyond the great Yon-Yon and cast where even the brave prefer not to point. Yet the bruise his rebellion left on reality never quite faded. In certain keys, on certain nights, musicians still find sour notes in their scales that no teacher remembers placing there, and the wise pretend they didn't hear. There are times when war can be ended only by the same weapons that began the world. On the day that would later be marked in solemn ink, the armies didn't march to Deeb Lake with blades bared, but with drums. Circles of drummers from Brel, from Gearson, from halls and hovels no scribe would ever visit, gathered on the shingle and placed their hands on worn skins. At a signal older than language they began. The rhythm they played was simple, but heavy as a closed door. It kept to no single culture's pattern, but borrowed from all, weaving a beat that spoke of birth, of grief, of the small kindnesses that persist even under tyrants. As the hours passed, the waters started to tremble, then to still. The Lich of Deeb, wrapped in the names of the forgotten, found itself surrounded by memories of laughter and stubborn love for those same lives.
Boom, 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 boom. Man, this ish. So crazy. I still find it so crazy. Whoa, 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 chill, chill. Chill, 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 chill. You should go take the Funkatron character creator series of questions that let you know who you might be on Funkatron. Looks like we're floating high above that planet Funkatron. Currently over the Grendalia Ocean. To our south is Pinky Bay. Ooh la la. Coming up over here in the northeast is the coast of Funkopia.
Chapter 8. Flies and spiders. They walked in single file. The entrance to the path was like a sort of arch leading into a gloomy tunnel made by two great trees that leant together, too old and strangled with ivy and hung with lichen to bear more than a few blackened leaves. The path itself was narrow and wound in and out among the trunks. Soon the light at the gate was like a little bright hole far behind, and the quiet was so deep that their feet seemed to thump along while all the trees leaned over them and listened. As their eyes became used to the dimness, they could see a little way to either side in a sort of darkened green glimmer. Occasionally, a slender beam of sun that had the luck to slip in through some opening in the leaves far above, and still more luck in not being caught in the tangled boughs and matted twigs beneath, stabbed down thin and bright before them. But this was seldom, and it soon ceased altogether. There were black squirrels in the wood. As Bilbo's sharp, inquisitive eyes got used to seeing things, he could catch glimpses of them whisking off the path and scuttling behind tree trunks. There were queer noises, too, grunts, scufflings, and hurryings in the undergrowth and among the leaves that lay piled endlessly thick in places on the forest floor. But what made the noises he could not see. The nastiest things they saw were the cobwebs. Dark, dense cobwebs with threads extraordinarily thick, often stretched from tree to tree or tangled in the lower branches on either side of them. There were none stretched across the path, but whether because some magic kept it clear or for what other reason they could not guess. It was not long before they grew to hate the forest as heartily as they had hated the tunnels of the goblins, and it seemed to offer even less hope of any ending. But they had to go on and on, long after they were sick for a sight of the sun and of the sky, and longed for the feel of wind on their faces. There was no movement of air down under the forest roof, and it was everlastingly still and dark and stuffy. Even the dwarves felt it, who were used to tunneling and lived at times for long whiles without the light of the sun. But the hobbit, who liked holes to make a house in, but not to spend summer days in, felt that he was being slowly suffocated. The nights were the worst. It then became pitch dark. Not what you call pitch dark, but really pitch. So black that you really could see nothing. Bilbo tried flapping his hand in front of his nose, but he could not see it at all. Well, perhaps it is not true to say that they could see nothing. They could see eyes. They slept all closely huddled together and took it in turns to watch. And when it was Bilbo's turn, he would see gleams in the darkness round them, and sometimes pairs of yellow or red or green eyes would stare at him from a little distance, and then slowly fade and disappear, and slowly shine out again in another place. And sometimes they would gleam down from the branches just above him, and that was most terrifying. But the eyes that he liked the least were horrible, pale, bulbous sort of eyes. Insect eyes, he thought. Not animal eyes, only they are much too big. Although it was not yet very cold, they tried lighting watchfires at night, but they soon gave that up. It seemed to bring hundreds and hundreds of eyes all round them, though the creatures, whatever they were careful never to let their bodies show in the little flicker of the flames. Worse still, it brought thousands of dark gray and black moths, some nearly as big as your hand, flapping and whirring round their ears. They could not stand that, nor the huge bats, black as a top hat either. So they gave up fires and sat at night and dozed in the enormous, uncanny darkness. All this went on for what seemed to the hobbit ages upon ages, and he was always hungry, for they were extremely careful with their provisions. Even so, as days followed days, and still the forest seemed just the same, they began to get anxious. The food would not last forever. It was in fact already beginning to get low. They tried shooting at the squirrels, and they wasted many arrows before they managed to bring one down on the path. But when they roasted it, it proved horrible to taste, and they shot no more squirrels. They were thirsty too, for they had none too much water, and in all the time they had seen neither spring nor stream. This was their state when one day they found their path blocked by a running water. It flowed fast and strong, but not very wide right across the way, and it was black, or looked it in the gloom. It was well that Bjorn had warned them against it, or they would have drunk from it whatever its color, and filled some of their emptied skins at its bank. As it was, they only thought of how to cross it without wetting themselves in its water. There had been a bridge of wood across, but it had rotted and fallen, leaving only the broken posts near the bank. Bilbo, kneeling on the brink and peering forward, cried, "There is a boat against the far bank. Now why couldn't it have been this side?" "How far away do you think it is?" asked Thorin, for by now they knew Bilbo had the sharpest eyes among them. "Not at all far. I shouldn't think above 12 yards. 12 yards? I should have thought it was 30 at least, but my eyes don't see as well as they used 100 years ago. Still, 12 yards is as good as a mile. We can't jump it, and we daren't try to wade or swim." "Can any of you throw a rope?" "What's the good of that? The boat is sure to be tied up, even if we could hook it, which I doubt." "I don't believe it is tied," said Bilbo, "though of course I can't be sure in this light. But it looks to me as if it was just drawn up on the bank, which is low just there where the path goes down into the water. Dori is the strongest, but Fili is the youngest and still has the best sight," said Thorin. "Come here, Fili, and see if you can see the boat Mr. Baggins is talking about." Fili thought he could, so when he had stared a long while to get an idea of the direction, the others brought him a rope. They had several with them, and on the end of the longest they fastened one of the large iron hooks they had used for catching their packs to the straps about their shoulders. Fili took this in his hand, balanced it for a moment, and then flung it across the stream. Splash, it fell in the water. "Not far enough," said Bilbo, who was peering forward. "A couple of feet and you would have dropped it onto the boat. Try again. I don't suppose the magic is strong enough to hurt you, if you just touch a bit of wet rope." Fili picked up the hook when he had drawn it back, rather doubtfully all the same. This time he threw it with great strength. "Steady," said Bilbo. "You have thrown it right into the wood on the other side now. Draw it back gently." Fili hauled the rope back slowly, and after a while Bilbo said, "Carefully. It is lying on the boat. Let's hope the hook will catch." It did. The rope went taut, and Fili pulled in vain. Kili came to his help, and then Oin and Gloin. They tugged, and suddenly they all fell over on their backs. Bilbo was on the lookout, however, caught the rope, and with a piece of stick fended off the little black boat as it came rushing across the stream. "Help!" he shouted, and Balin was just in time to seize the boat before it floated off down the current. "It was tied after all," said he, looking at the snapped painter that was still dangling from it. "That was a good pull, my lads, and a good job that our rope was the stronger." "Who'll cross first?" asked Bilbo. "I shall," said Thorin, "and you will come with me, and Fili and Balin. That's as many as the boat will hold at a time. After that, Kili and Oin and Gloin and Dori. Next, Ori and Nori, Beefer and Bofer, and last, Dwalin and Bomber." "I'm always last, and I don't like it," said Bomber. "It's somebody else's turn today." "You should not be so fat. As you are, you must be with the last and lightest boatload. Don't start grumbling against orders, or something bad will happen to you." "There aren't any oars. How are you going to push the boat back to the far bank?" asked the hobbit. "Give me another length of rope and another hook," said Fili, and when they had got it ready, he cast it into the darkness ahead and as high as he could throw it. Since it did not fall down again, they saw that it must have stuck in the branches. "Get in now," said Philly, "and one of you haul on the rope that is stuck in a tree on the other side. One of the others must keep hold of the hook we used at first, and when we are safe on the other side, he can hook it on and you can draw the boat back." In this way, they were all soon on the far bank, safe across the enchanted stream. Dwalin had just scrambled out with the coiled rope on his arm, and Bomber, still grumbling, was getting ready to follow when something bad did happen. There was a flying sound of hooves on the path ahead. Out of the gloom came suddenly the shape of a flying deer. It charged into the dwarves and bowled them over, then gathered itself for a leap. High it sprang and cleared the water with a mighty jump. But it did not reach the other side in safety. Thorin was the only one who had kept his feet and his wits. As soon as they had landed, he had bent his bow and fitted an arrow in case any hidden guardian of the boat appeared. Now he sent a swift and sure shot into the leaping beast. As it reached the further bank, it stumbled. The shadows swallowed it up, but they heard the sound of hooves quickly falter and then go still. Before they could shout in praise of the shot, however, a dreadful wail from Bilbo put all thoughts of venison out of their minds. "Bomber has fallen in! Bomber is drowning!" he cried. It was only too true. Bomber had only 1 foot on the land when the heart bore down on him and sprang over him. He had stumbled, thrusting the boat away from the bank, and then toppled back into the dark water, his hands slipping off the slimy roots at the edge while the boat span slowly off and disappeared. They could still see his hood above the water when they ran to the bank. Quickly they flung a rope with a hook towards him. His hand caught it, and they pulled him to the shore. He was drenched from hair to boots, of course, but that was not the worst. When they laid him on the bank, he was already fast asleep, with one hand clutching the rope so tight that they could not get it from his grasp. And fast asleep, he remained in spite of all they could do. They were still standing over him, cursing their ill luck and Bomber's clumsiness, and lamenting the loss of the boat, which made it impossible for them to go back and look for the heart, when they became aware of the dim blowing of horns in the wood, and the sound as of dogs baying far off. Then they all fell silent, and as they sat, it seemed they could hear the noise of a great hunt going by to the north of the path, though they saw no sign of it. There they sat for a long while and did not dare to make a move. Bomber slept on with a smile on his fat face, as if he no longer cared for all the troubles that vexed them. Suddenly on the path ahead appeared some white deer, a hind and fawns as snowy white as the heart had been dark. They glimmered in the shadows. Before Thorin could cry out, 3 of the dwarves had leaped to their feet and loosed off arrows from their bows. None seemed to find their mark. The deer turned and vanished in the trees as silently as they had come, and in vain the dwarves shot their arrows after them. "Stop, stop!" shouted Thorin, but it was too late. The excited dwarves had wasted their last arrows, and now the boughs that Bjorn had given them were useless. They were a gloomy party that night, and the gloom gathered still deeper on them in the following days. They had crossed the enchanted stream, but beyond it, the path seemed to straggle on just as before, and in the forest they could see no change. Yet if they had known more about it, and considered the meaning of the hunt and the white deer that had appeared upon their path, they would have known that they were at last drawing towards the eastern edge, and would soon have come, if they could have kept up their courage and their hope, to thinner trees and places where the sunlight came again. But they did not know this, and they were burdened with the heavy body of Bomber, which they had to carry along with them as best they could, taking the wearisome task in turns of 4 each, while the others shared their packs. If these had not become all too light in the last few days, they would never have managed it. but a slumbering and smiling bomber was a poor exchange for packs filled with food, however heavy. In a few days, a time came when there was practically nothing left to eat or to drink. Nothing wholesome could they see growing in the wood, only funguses and herbs with pale leaves and unpleasant smell. About 4 days from the enchanted stream, they came to a part where most of the trees were beeches. They were at first inclined to be cheered by the change, for here there was no undergrowth and the shadow was not so deep. There was a greenish light about them, and in places they could see some distance to either side of the path. Yet the light only showed them endless lines of straight gray trunks like the pillars of some huge twilight hall. There was a breath of air and a noise of wind, but it had a sad sound. A few leaves came rustling down to remind them that outside autumn was coming on. Their feet ruffled among the dead leaves of countless other autumns that drifted over the banks of the path from the deep red carpets of the forest. Still, bombers slept, and they grew very weary. At times they heard disquieting laughter. Sometimes there was singing in the distance too. The laughter was the laughter of fair voices, not of goblins, and the singing was beautiful, but it sounded eerie and strange, and they were not comforted. Rather, they hurried on from those parts with what strength they had left. 2 days later, they found their path going downwards, and before long they were in a valley filled almost entirely with a mighty growth of oaks. Is there no end to this accursed forest? Said Thor. Somebody must climb a tree and see if he can get his head above the roof and have a look round. The only way is to choose the tallest tree that overhangs the path. Of course, somebody meant Bilbo. They chose him because to be of any use, the climber must get his head above the topmost leaves, and so he must be light enough for the highest and slenderest branches to bear him. Poor Mr. Baggins had never had much practice in climbing trees, but they hoisted him up into the lowest branches of an enormous oak that grew right out into the path, and up he had to go as best he could. He pushed his way through the tangled twigs with many a slap in the eye. He was greened and grimed from the old bark of the greater boughs. More than once he slipped and caught himself just in time. And at last, after a dreadful struggle, in a difficult place where there seemed to be no convenient branches at all, he got near the top. All the time, he was wondering whether there were spiders in the tree and how he was going to get down again, except by falling. In the end, he poked his head above the roof of leaves, and then he found spiders all right. But they were only small ones of ordinary size, and they were after the butterflies. Bilbo's eyes were nearly blinded by the light. He could hear the dwarves shouting up at him from far below, but he could not answer, only hold on and blink. The sun was shining brilliantly, and it was a long while before he could bear it. When he could, he saw all round him a sea of dark green, ruffled here and there by the breeze, and there were everywhere hundreds of butterflies. I expect they were a kind of purple emperor, a butterfly that loves the tops of oak woods, but these were not purple at all. They were a dark, velvety black, without any markings to be seen. He looked at the black emperors for a long time, and enjoyed the feel of the breeze in his hair and on his face, but at length, the cries of the dwarves, who were now simply stamping with impatience down below, reminded him of his real business. It was no good. Gaze as much as he might, he could see no end to the trees and the leaves in any direction. His heart, that had been lightened by the sight of the sun and the feel of the wind, sank back into his toes. There was no food to go back to down below. Actually, as I have told you, they were not far off the edge of the forest, and if Bilbo had had the sense to see it, the tree that he had climbed, though it was tall in itself, was standing near the bottom of a wide valley, so that from its top the trees seemed to swell up all round like the edges of a great bowl, and he could not expect to see how far the forest lasted. Still he did not see this, and he climbed down full of despair. He got to the bottom again at last, scratched, hot, and miserable, and he could not see anything in the gloom below when he got there. His report soon made the others as miserable as he was. The forest goes on forever and ever and ever in all directions. Whatever shall we do? And what is the use of sending a hobbit? They cried, as if it was his fault. They did not care tuppence about the butterflies, and were only made more angry when he told them of the beautiful breeze, which they were too heavy to climb up and feel. That night they ate their very last scraps and crumbs of food, and next morning when they woke, the first thing they noticed was that they were still gnawingly hungry, and the next thing was that it was raining, and that here and there the drip of it was dropping heavily on the forest floor. That only reminded them that they were also parchingly thirsty, without doing anything to relieve them. You cannot quench a terrible thirst by standing under giant oaks and waiting for a chance drip to fall on your tongue. The only scrap of comfort there was came unexpectedly from Bomber. He woke up suddenly and sat up, scratching his head. He could not make out where he was at all, nor why he felt so hungry, for he had forgotten everything that had happened since they started their journey that May morning long ago. The last thing that he remembered was the party at the Hobbit's house, and they had great difficulty in making him believe their tale of all the many adventures they had had since. When he heard that there was nothing to eat, he sat down and wept, for he felt very weak and wobbly in the legs. "Why ever did I wake up?" he cried. "I was having such beautiful dreams. I dreamed I was walking in a forest rather like this one, only lit with torches on the trees and lamps swinging from the branches and fires burning on the ground. And there was a great feast going on forever. A woodland king was there with a crown of leaves, and there was a merry singing, and I could not count or describe the things there were to eat and drink." "You need not try," said Thorin. "In fact, if you can't talk about something else, you had better be silent. We are quite annoyed enough with you as it is. If you hadn't waked up, we should have left you to your idiotic dreams in the forest. You are no joke to carry even after weeks of short commons." There was nothing now to be done but to tighten the belts, round their empty stomachs, and hoist their empty sacks and packs, and trudge along the track without any great hope of ever getting to the end before they lay down and died of starvation. This they did all that day, going very slowly and wearily, while Bombur kept on wailing that his legs would not carry him and that he wanted to lie down and sleep. "No, you don't," they said. "Let your legs take their share. We have carried you far enough." All the same, he suddenly refused to go a step further and flung himself on the ground. "Go on, if you must," he said. "I'm just going to lie here and sleep and dream of food if I can't get it any other way. I hope I never wake up again." At that very moment, Balin, who was a little way ahead, called out, "What was that?" "I thought I saw a twinkle of light in the forest." They all looked, and a longish way off it seemed they saw a red twinkle in the dark. Then another and another sprang out beside it. Even Bomber got up, and they hurried along then, not caring if it was trolls or goblins. The light was in front of them and to the left of the path, and when at last they had drawn level with it, it seemed plain that torches and fires were burning under the trees, but a good way off their track. "It looks as if my dreams were coming true," gasped Bomber, puffing up behind. He wanted to rush straight off into the wood after the lights, but the others remembered only too well the warnings of the wizard and of Bjorn. "A feast would be no good if we never got back alive from it," said Thorin. "But without a feast, we shan't remain alive much longer anyway," said Bomber, and Bilbo heartily agreed with him. They argued about it backwards and forwards for a long while, until they agreed at length to send out a couple of spies to creep near the lights and find out more about them. But then they could not agree on who was to be sent. No one seemed anxious to run the chance of being lost and never finding his friends again. In the end, in spite of warnings, hunger decided them, because Bomber kept on describing all the good things that were being eaten according to his dream in the woodland feast. So they all left the path and plunged into the forest together. After a good deal of creeping and crawling, they peered round the trunks and looked into a clearing where some trees had been felled and the ground leveled. There were many people there, elvish-looking folk, all dressed in green and brown and sitting on sawn rings of the felled trees in a great circle. There was a fire in their midst, and there were torches fastened to some of the trees round about. But most splendid sight of all, they were eating and drinking and laughing merrily. The smell of the roast meats was so enchanting that without waiting to consult one another, every one of them got up and scrambled forwards into the ring with the one idea of begging for some food. No sooner had the first stepped into the clearing than all the lights went out as if by magic. Somebody kicked the fire, and it went up in rockets of glittering sparks and vanished. They were lost in a completely lightless dark, and they could not even find one another, not for a long time at any rate. After blundering frantically in the gloom, falling over logs, bumping crash into trees, and shouting and calling till they must have waked everything in the forest for miles, at last they managed to gather themselves in a bundle and count themselves by touch. By that time, they had of course quite forgotten in what direction the path lay, and they were all hopelessly lost, at least till morning. There was nothing for it but to settle down for the night where they were. They did not even dare to search on the ground for scraps of food for fear of becoming separated again. But they had not been lying long, and Bilbo was only just getting drowsy when Dory, whose turn it was to watch first, said in a loud whisper, "The lights are coming out again over there, and there are more than ever of them." Up they all jumped. There, sure enough, not far away were scores of twinkling lights, and they heard the voices and the laughter quite plainly. They crept slowly towards them in a single line, each touching the back of the one in front. When they got near, Thorin said, "No rushing forward this time. No one is to stir from hiding till I say. I shall send Mr. Baggins alone first to talk to them. They won't be frightened of him. What about me of them?" thought Bilbo. "And anyway, I hope they won't do anything nasty to him." When they got to the edge of the circle of lights, they pushed Bilbo suddenly from behind. Before he had time to slip on his ring, he stumbled forward into the full blaze of the fire and torches. It was no good. Out went all the lights again, and complete darkness fell. If it had been difficult collecting themselves before, it was far worse this time, and they simply could not find the hobbit. Every time they counted themselves, it only made 13. They shouted and called, "Bilbo Baggins! Hobbit! You dratted hobbit! Hi, hobbit! Confusticate you! Where are you?" And other things of that sort. But there was no answer. They were just giving up hope when Dory stumbled across him by sheer luck. In the dark, he fell over what he thought was a log, and he found it was the hobbit, curled up fast asleep. It took a deal of shaking to wake him, and when he was awake, he was not pleased at all. "I was having such a lovely dream," he grumbled, "all about having a most gorgeous dinner." "Good heavens, he is gone like Bomber," they said. "Don't tell us about dreams. Dream dinners aren't any good, and we can't share them. They are the best I am likely to get in this beastly place," he muttered as he lay down beside the dwarves and tried to go back to sleep and find his dream again. But that was not the last of the lights in the forest. Later, when the night must have been getting old, Kili, who was watching then, came and roused them all again, saying, "There's a regular blaze of light begun not far away. Hundreds of torches and many fires must have been lit suddenly and by magic. And hark to the singing and the harps. After lying and listening for a while, they found they could not resist the desire to go nearer and try once more to get help. Up they got again, and this time the result was disastrous. The feast that they now saw was greater and more magnificent than before, and at the head of a long line of feasters sat a woodland king with a crown of leaves upon his golden hair, very much as Bomber had described the figure in his dream. The elvish folk were passing bowls from hand to hand and across the fires, and some were harping and many were singing. Their gleaming hair was twined with flowers. Green and white gems glinted on their collars and their belts, and their faces and their songs were filled with mirth. Loud and clear and fair were those songs, and out stepped Thorin into their midst. Dead silence fell in the middle of a word. Out went all light. The fires leaped up in black smokes. Ashes and cinders were in the eyes of the dwarves, and the wood was filled again with their clamor and their cries. Bilbo found himself running round and round as he thought, and calling, Dori, Nori, Ori, Oin, Gloin, Fili, Kili, Bomber, Beefer, Bofer, Dwalin, Balin, Thorin, Oakenshield. While people he could not see or feel were doing the same all round him, with an occasional Bilbo thrown in. But the cries of the others got steadily further and fainter, and though after a while it seemed to him they changed to yells and cries for help in the far distance, all noise at last died right away, and he was left alone in complete silence and darkness. That was one of his most miserable moments, but he soon made up his mind that it was no good trying to do anything till day came with some little light, and quite useless to go blundering about, tiring himself out with no hope of any breakfast to revive him. So he sat himself down with his back to a tree, and not for the last time fell to thinking of his far distant hobbit hole with its beautiful pantries. He was deep in thoughts of bacon and eggs and toast and butter when he felt something touch him. Something like a strong, sticky string was against his left hand, and when he tried to move, he found that his legs were already wrapped in the same stuff, so that when he got up, he fell over. Then the great spider, who had been busy tying him up while he dozed, came from behind him and came at him. He could only see the thing's eyes, but he could feel its hairy legs as it struggled to wind its abominable threads round and round him. It was lucky that he had come to his senses in time. Soon he would not have been able to move at all. As it was, he had a desperate fight before he got free. He beat the creature off with his hands. It was trying to poison him to keep him quiet, as small spiders do to flies, until he remembered his sword and drew it out. Then the spider jumped back, and he had time to cut his legs loose. After that, it was his turn to attack. The spider evidently was not used to things that carried such stings at their sides, or it would have hurried away quicker. Bilbo came at it before it could disappear and stuck it with his sword right in the eyes. Then it went mad and leapt and danced and flung out its legs in horrible jerks until he killed it with another stroke, and then he fell down and remembered nothing more for a long while. There was the usual dim gray light of the forest day about him when he came to his senses. The spider lay dead beside him, and his sword blade was stained black. Somehow the killing of the giant spider, all alone by himself in the dark without the help of the wizard or the dwarves or of anyone else, made a great difference to Mr. Baggins. He felt a different person, and much fiercer and bolder in spite of an empty stomach, as he wiped his sword on the grass and put it back into its sheath. "I will give you a name," he said to it, "and I shall call you Sting." After that he set out to explore. The forest was grim and silent, but obviously he had first of all to look for his friends, who were not likely to be very far off unless they had been made prisoners by the elves, or worse things. Bilbo felt that it was unsafe to shout. and he stood a long while wondering in what direction the path lay and in what direction he should go first to look for the dwarves. "Oh, why did we not remember Bjorn's advice and Gandalf's?" he lamented. "What a mess we are in now. I only wish it was we. It is horrible being all alone." In the end, he made as good a guess as he could at the direction from which the cries for help had come in the night, and by luck he was born with a good share of it. He guessed more or less right, as you will see. Having made up his mind, he crept along as cleverly as he could. Hobbits are clever at quietness, especially in woods, as I have already told you. Also, Bilbo had slipped on his ring before he started. That is why the spiders neither saw nor heard him coming. He had picked his way stealthily for some distance when he noticed a place of dense black shadow ahead of him, black even for that forest, like a patch of midnight that had never been cleared away. As he drew nearer, he saw that it was made by spider webs, one behind and over and tangled with another. Suddenly he saw, too, that there were spiders huge and horrible sitting in the branches above him, and ring or no ring, he trembled with fear lest they should discover him. Standing behind a tree, he watched a group of them for some time, and then in the silence and stillness of the wood, he realized that these loathsome creatures were speaking one to another. Their voices were a sort of thin creaking and hissing, but he could make out many of the words that they said. They were talking about the dwarves. "It was a sharp struggle, but worth it," said one. "What nasty, thick skins they have, to be sure, but I'll wager there is good juice inside." "Aye, they'll make fine eating when they've hung a bit," said another. "Don't hang 'em too long," said a third. "They're not as fat as they might be. Been feeding none too well of late, I should guess." "Kill 'em, I say," hissed a fourth. "Kill 'em now and hang 'em dead for a while." "They're dead now, I'll warrant," said the first. "That they are not. I saw one a-struggling just now. Just coming round again, I should say, after a beautiful sleep. I'll show you. Ah!" With that, one of the fat spiders ran along a rope till it came to a dozen bundles hanging in a row from a high branch. Bilbo was horrified, now that he noticed them for the first time, dangling in the shadows, to see a dwarvish foot sticking out of the bottoms of some of the bundles, or here and there the tip of a nose, or a bit of beard, or of a hood. To the fattest of these bundles the spider went. "It is poor old Bombur, I'll bet," thought Bilbo, and nipped hard at the nose that stuck out. There was a muffled yelp inside, and a toe shot up and kicked the spider straight and hard. There was life in Bombur still. There was a noise like the kicking of a flabby football, and the enraged spider fell off the branch, only catching itself with its own thread just in time. The others laughed. "You were quite right," they said. "The meat's alive and kicking." "I'll soon put an end to that," hissed the angry spider, climbing back onto the branch. Bilbo saw that the moment had come when he must do something. He could not get up at the brutes, and he had nothing to shoot with. But looking about, he saw that in this place there were many stones, lying in what appeared to be a now dry little watercourse. Bilbo was a pretty fair shot with a stone, and it did not take him long to find a nice, smooth, egg-shaped one that fitted his hand cozily. As a boy, he used to practice throwing stones at things until rabbits and squirrels and even birds got out of his way as quick as lightning if they saw him stoop. And even grown up, he had still spent a deal of his time at quoits, dart throwing, shooting at the wand, bowls, ninepins, and other quiet games of the aiming and throwing sort. Indeed, he could do lots of things besides blowing smoke rings, asking riddles, and cooking that I haven't had time to tell you about. There is no time now. While he was picking up stones, the spider had reached Bombur, and soon he would have been dead. At that moment, Bilbo threw. The The stone struck the spider plunk on the head, and it dropped senseless off the tree, flopped to the ground with all its legs curled up. The next stone went whizzing through a big web, snapping its cords and taking off the spider sitting in the middle of it, whack dead. After that, there was a deal of commotion in the spider colony, and they forgot the dwarves for a bit, I can tell you. They could not see Bilbo, but they could make a good guess at the direction from which the stones were coming. As quick as lightning, they came running and swinging towards the hobbit, flinging out their long threads in all directions, till the air seemed full of waving snares. Bilbo, however, soon slipped away to a different place. The idea came to him to lead the furious spiders further and further away from the dwarves, if he could, to make them curious, excited, and angry all at once. When about 50 had gone off to the place where he had stood before, he threw some more stones at these and at others that had stopped behind. Then, dancing among the trees, he began to sing a song to infuriate them and bring them all after him, and also to let the dwarves hear his voice. This is what he sang. Old fat spider spinning in a tree. Old fat spider can't see me. Attercop, won't you stop your spinning and look for me? Old Tom Noddy, all big body. Old Tom Noddy can't spy me. Attercop, down you drop. You'll never catch me up your tree. Not very good, perhaps, but then you must remember that he had to make it up himself on the spur of a very awkward moment. It did what he wanted anyway. As he sang, he threw some more stones and stamped. Practically all the spiders in the place came after him. Some dropped to the ground, others raced along the branches, swung from tree to tree, or cast new ropes across the dark spaces. They made for his noise far quicker than he had expected. They were frightfully angry. Quite apart from the stones, no spider has ever liked being called Attercop, and Tom Noddy, of course, is insulting to anybody. Off, Bilbo scuttled to a fresh place, but several of the spiders had run now to different points in the glade where they lived, and were busy spinning webs across all the spaces between the tree stems. Very soon, the hobbit would be caught in a thick fence of them all round him. That at least was the spider's idea. Standing now in the middle of the hunting and spinning insects, Bilbo plucked up his courage and began a new song. Lazy lob and crazy cob are weaving webs to wind me. I am far more sweet than other meat, but still they cannot find me. Here am I, naughty little fly. You are fat and lazy. You cannot trap me, though you try, in your cobwebs crazy. With that he turned and found that the last space between two tall trees had been closed with a web, but luckily not a proper web, only great strands of double-thick spider rope run hastily backwards and forwards from trunk to trunk. Out came his little sword. He slashed the threads to pieces and went off singing. The spiders saw the sword, though I don't suppose they knew what it was, and at once the whole lot of them came hurrying after the hobbit along the ground and the branches, hairy legs waving, nippers and spinners snapping, eyes popping, full of froth and rage. They followed him into the forest until Bilbo had gone as far as he dared. Then, quieter than a mouse, he stole back. He had precious little time, he knew, before the spiders were disgusted and came back to their trees where the dwarves were hung. In the meanwhile, he had to rescue them. The worst part of the job was getting up onto the long branch where the bundles were dangling. I don't suppose he would have managed it if a spider had not luckily left a rope hanging down. With its help, though it stuck to his hand and hurt him, he scrambled up, only to meet an old, slow, wicked, fat-bodied spider who had remained behind to guard the prisoners and had been busy pinching them to see which was the juiciest to eat. It had thought of starting the feast while the others were away, but Mr. Baggins was in a hurry, and before the spider knew what was happening, it felt his sting and rolled off the branch, dead. Bilbo's next job was to loose a dwarf. What was he to do? If he cut the string which hung him up, the wretched dwarf would tumble thump to the ground a good way below. Wriggling along the branch, which made all the poor dwarves dance and dangle like ripe fruit, he reached the first bundle. Fili or Kili, he thought by the tip of a blue hood sticking out at the top. Most likely Fili, he thought by the tip of a long nose poking out of the winding threads. He managed by leaning over to cut most of the strong, sticky threads that bound him around, and then sure enough, with a kick and a struggle, most of Fili emerged. I am afraid Bilbo actually laughed at the sight of him jerking his stiff arms and legs as he danced on the spider string under his armpits, just like one of those funny toys bobbing on a wire. Somehow or other, Fili was got onto the branch, and then he did his best to help the hobbit, although he was feeling very sick and ill from spider poison, and from hanging most of the night, and the next day, wound round and round with only his nose to breathe through. It took him ages to get the beastly stuff out of his eyes and eyebrows, and as for his beard, he had to cut most of it off. Well, between them they started to haul up first one dwarf and then another and slash them free. None of them were better off than Fili, and some of them were worse. Some had hardly been able to breathe at all. Long noses are sometimes useful, you see. And some had been more poisoned. In this way, they rescued Kili, Bifur, Bofur, Dori, and Nori. Poor old Bombur was so exhausted, he was the fattest and had been constantly pinched and poked, that he just rolled off the branch and fell plop onto the ground, fortunately onto leaves, and lay there. But there were still 5 dwarves hanging at the end of the branch when the spiders began to come back, more full of rage than ever. Bilbo immediately went to the end of the branch nearest the tree trunk and kept back those that crawled up. He had taken off his ring when he rescued Fili and forgotten to put it on again, so now they all began to splutter and hiss. "Now we see you, you nasty little creature! We will eat you and leave your bones and skin hanging on a tree! Ugh, he's got a sting, has he? Well, we'll get him all the same, and then we'll hang him head downwards for a day or two." While this was going on, the other dwarves were working at the rest of the captives and cutting at the threads with their knives. Soon all would be free, though it was not clear what would happen after that. The spiders had caught them pretty easily the night before, but that had been unawares and in the dark. This time, there looked like being a horrible battle. Suddenly, Bilbo noticed that some of the spiders had gathered round old Bombur on the floor and had tied him up again and were dragging him away. He gave a shout and slashed at the spiders in front of him. They quickly gave way, and he scrambled and fell down the tree right into the middle of those on the ground. His little sword was something new in the way of stings for them. How it darted to and fro. It shone with delight as he stabbed at them. 6 were killed before the rest drew off and left Bombur to Bilbo. "Come down! Come down!" he shouted to the dwarves on the branch. "Don't stay up there and be netted!" For he saw spiders swarming up all the neighboring trees and crawling along the boughs above the heads of the dwarves. Down the dwarves scrambled or jumped or dropped, 11 all in a heap, most of them very shaky and little use on their legs. There they were at last, 12 of them counting poor old Bombur, who was being propped up on either side by his cousin Bifur and his brother Bofur, and Bilbo was dancing about and waving his sting, and hundreds of angry spiders were goggling at them all round and about and above. It looked pretty hopeless. Then the battle began. Some of the dwarves had knives and some had sticks, and all of them could get at stones, and Bilbo had his elvish dagger. Again and again the spiders were beaten off, and many of them were killed. But it could not go on for long. Bilbo was nearly tired out. Only 4 of the dwarves were able to stand firmly, and soon they would all be overpowered like weary flies. Already the spiders were beginning to weave their webs all round them again from tree to tree. In the end, Bilbo could think of no plan except to let the dwarves into the secret of his ring. He was rather sorry about it, but it could not be helped. "I'm going to disappear," he said. "I shall draw the spiders off if I can, and you must keep together and make in the opposite direction. To the left there, that is more or less the way towards the place where we last saw the elf fires. It was difficult to get them to understand, what with their dizzy heads and the shouts and the whacking of sticks and the throwing of stones. But at last, Bilbo felt he could delay no longer. The spiders were drawing their circle ever closer. He suddenly slipped on his ring, and to the great astonishment of the dwarves, he vanished. Soon there came the sound of Lazy Lob and Addercop from among the trees away on the right. That upset the spiders greatly. They stopped advancing, and some went off in the direction of the voice. Addercop made them so angry that they lost their wits. Then Balin, who had grasped Bilbo's plan better than the rest, led an attack. The dwarves huddled together in a knot, and sending a shower of stones they drove at the spiders on the left and burst through the ring. Away behind them now, the shouting and singing suddenly stopped. Hoping desperately that Bilbo had not been caught, the dwarves went on. Not fast enough, though. They were sick and weary, and they could not go much better than a hobble and a wobble, though many of the spiders were close behind. Every now and then, they had to turn and fight the creatures that were overtaking them. And already, some spiders were in the trees above them and throwing down their long, clinging threads. Things were looking pretty bad again, when suddenly Bilbo reappeared and charged into the astonished spiders, unexpectedly from the side. Go on, he shouted. "I will do the stinging." And he did. He darted backwards and forwards, slashing at spider threads, hacking at their legs, and stabbing at their fat bodies if they came too near. The spiders swelled with rage, and spluttered and frothed and hissed out horrible curses, but they had become mortally afraid of sting, and dared not come very near, now that it had come back. So curse as they would, their prey moved slowly but steadily away. It was a most terrible business, and seemed to take hours. But at last, just when Bilbo felt that he could not lift his hand for a single stroke more, the spiders suddenly gave it up and followed them no more, but went back disappointed to their dark colony. The dwarves then noticed that they had come to the edge of a ring where elf fires had been. Whether it was one of those they had seen the night before, they could not tell, but it seemed that some good magic lingered in such spots, which the spiders did not like. At any rate here, the light was greener, and the boughs less thick and threatening, and they had a chance to rest and draw breath. There they lay for some time, puffing and panting. But very soon, they began to ask questions. They had to have the whole vanishing business carefully explained, and the finding of the ring interested them so much that for a while they forgot their own troubles. Balin, in particular, insisted on having the Gollum story, riddles and all, told all over again, with the ring in its proper place. But after a time, the light began to fail, and then other questions were asked. Where were they? And where was their path? And where was there any food? And what were they going to do next? These questions they asked over and over again, and it was from little Bilbo that they seemed to expect to get the answers, from which you can see that they had changed their opinion of Mr. Baggins very much, and had begun to have a great respect for him, as Gandalf had said they would. Indeed, they really expected him to think of some wonderful plan for helping them, and were not merely grumbling. They knew only too well that they would soon all have been dead if it had not been for the Hobbit, and they thanked him many times. Some of them even got up and bowed right to the ground before him, though they fell over with the effort and could not get on their legs again for some time. Knowing the truth about the vanishing did not lessen their opinion of Bilbo at all, for they saw that he had some wits, as well as luck and a magic ring, and all three are very useful possessions. In fact, they praised him so much that Bilbo began to feel there really was something of a bold adventurer about himself after all, though he would have felt a lot bolder still if there had been anything to eat. But there was nothing at all, and none of them were fit to go and look for anything or to search for the lost path. The lost path. No other idea would come into Bilbo's tired head. He just sat staring in front of him at the endless trees, and after a while they all fell silent again. All except Balin. Long after the others had stopped talking and shut their eyes, he kept on muttering and chuckling to himself. Gollum, well, I'm blessed, so that's how he sneaked past me, is it? Now I know. Just crept quietly along, did you, Mr. Baggins? Buttons all over the doorstep, good old Bilbo, 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 Bo, Bo, Bo. And then he fell asleep, and there was complete silence for a long while. All of a sudden, Dwalin opened an eye and looked round at them. Where is Thorin? He asked, and it was a terrible shock. Of course, there were only 13 of them, 12 dwarves and the hobbit. Where indeed was Thorin? They wondered what evil fate had befallen him, magic or dark monsters, and shuddered as they lay lost in the forest. There they dropped off one by one into uncomfortable sleep, full of horrible dreams, as evening wore to black night. And there we must leave them for the present, too sick and weary to set guards or to take turns at watching. Thorin had been caught much faster than they had. You remember Bilbo falling like a log into sleep as he stepped into a circle of light? The next time it had been Thorin who stepped forward, and as the lights went out, he fell like a stone enchanted. All the noise of the dwarves lost in the night, their cries as the spiders caught them and bound them, and all the sounds of the battle next day had passed over him unheard. Then the wood elves had come to him and bound him and carried him away. The feasting people were wood elves, of course. These are not wicked folk. If they have a fault, it is distrust of strangers. Though their magic was strong, even in those days they were wary. They differed from the high elves of the West and were more dangerous and less wise. For most of them, together with their scattered relations in the hills and mountains, were descended from the ancient tribes that never went to ferry in the West. There the light elves and the deep elves and the sea elves went and lived for ages and grew fairer and wiser and more learned and invented their magic and their cunning craft in the making of beautiful and marvelous things before some came back into the wide world. In the wide world, the wood elves lingered in the twilight of our sun and moon, but loved best the stars, and they wandered in the great forests that grew tall in lands that are now lost. They dwelt most often by the edges of the woods, from which they could escape at times to hunt or to ride and run over the open lands by moonlight or starlight. And after the coming of men, they took ever more and more to the gloaming and the dusk. Still elves they were and remain, and that is good people. In a great cave some miles within the edge of Mirkwood, on its eastern side, there lived at this time their greatest king. Before his huge doors of stone, a river ran out of the heights of the forest and flowed on and out into the marshes at the feet of the high wooded lands. This great cave, from which countless smaller ones opened out on every side, wound far underground and had many passages and wide halls, but it was lighter and more wholesome than any goblin dwelling, and neither so deep nor so dangerous. In fact, the subjects of the king mostly lived and hunted in the open woods, and had houses or huts on the ground and in the branches. The beeches were their favorite trees. The king's cave was his palace, and the strong place of his treasure, and the fortress of his people against their enemies. It was also the dungeon of his prisoners. So to the cave they dragged Thorin, not too gently, for they did not love dwarves and thought he was an enemy. In ancient days, they had had wars with some of the dwarves, whom they accused of stealing their treasure. It is only fair to say that the dwarves gave a different account, and said that they only took what was their due, for the elf king had bargained with them to shape his raw gold and silver, and had afterwards refused to give them their pay. If the elf king had a weakness, it was for treasure, especially for silver and white gems. And though his hoard was rich, he was ever eager for more, since he had not yet as great a treasure as other elf lords of old. His people neither mined nor worked metals or jewels, nor did they bother much with trade or with tilling the earth. All this was well known to every dwarf, though Thorin's family had had nothing to do with the old quarrel I have spoken of. Consequently, Thorin was angry at their treatment of him, when they took their spell off him and he came to his senses, and also he was determined that no word of gold or jewels should be dragged out of him. The king looked sternly on Thorin when he was brought before him and asked him many questions, but Thorin would only say that he was starving. "Why did you and your folk 3 times try to attack my people at their merrymaking?" asked the king. "We did not attack them," answered Thorin. "We came to beg, because we were starving." "Where are your friends now, and what are they doing?" "I don't know, but I expect starving in the forest." "What were you doing in the forest?" "Looking for food and drink, because we were starving." "But what brought you into the forest at all?" asked the king angrily. At that, Thorin shut his mouth and would not say another word. "Very well," said the king. "Take him away and keep him safe until he feels inclined to tell the truth, even if he waits 100 years. Then the elves put thongs on him and shut him in one of the inmost caves with strong wooden doors, and left him. They gave him food and drink, plenty of both, if not very fine. For wood elves were not goblins, and were reasonably well behaved even to their worst enemies when they captured them. The giant spiders were the only living things that they had no mercy upon. There in the king's dungeon, poor Thorin lay, and after he had got over his thankfulness for bread and meat and water, he began to wonder what had become of his unfortunate friends. It was not very long before he discovered, but that belongs to the next chapter and the beginning of another adventure in which the Hobbit again showed his usefulness. Chapter 9. Barrels Out of Bond. The day after the battle with the spiders, Bilbo and the dwarves made one last despairing effort to find a way out before they died of hunger and thirst. They got up and staggered on in the direction which 8 out of the 13 of them guessed to be the one in which the path lay, but they never found out if they were right. Such day as there ever was in the forest was fading once more into the blackness of night, when suddenly out sprang the light of many torches all round them, like hundreds of red stars. Out leaped wood elves with their bows and spears, and called the dwarves to halt. There was no thought of a fight. Even if the dwarves had not been in such a state that they were actually glad to be captured, their small knives, the only weapons they had, would have been of no use against the arrows of the elves that could hit a bird's eye in the dark. So they simply stopped dead and sat down and waited, all except Bilbo, who popped on his ring and slipped quickly to one side. That is why when the elves bound the dwarves in a long line, one behind the other, and counted them, they never found or counted the hobbit. Nor did they hear or feel him, trotting along well behind their torchlight as they led off their prisoners into the forest. Each dwarf was blindfolded, but that did not make much difference, for even Bilbo with the use of his eyes could not see where they were going, and neither he nor the others knew where they had started from anyway. Bilbo had all he could do to keep up with the torches, for the elves were making the dwarves go as fast as ever they could, sick and weary as they were. The king had ordered them to make haste. Suddenly the torches stopped, and the hobbit had just time to catch them up before they began to cross the bridge. This was the bridge that led across the river to the king's doors. The water flowed dark and swift and strong beneath, and at the far end were gates before the mouth of a huge cave that ran into the side of a steep slope covered with trees. There, the great beaches came right down to the bank, till their feet were in the stream. Across the bridge, the elves thrust their prisoners, but Bilbo hesitated in the rear. He did not at all like the look of the cavern mouth, and he only made up his mind not to desert his friends just in time to scuttle over at the heels of the last elves before the great gates of the king closed behind them with a clang. Inside, the passages were lit with red torchlight, and the elf guards sang as they marched along the twisting, crossing, and echoing paths. These were not like those of the goblin cities. They were smaller, less deep underground, and filled with a cleaner air. In a great hall with pillars hewn out of the living stone sat the elven king on a chair of carven wood. On his head was a crown of berries and red leaves, for the autumn was come again. In the spring, he wore a crown of woodland flowers. In his hand, he held a carven staff of oak, the elven king's gate. The prisoners were brought before him, and though he looked grimly at them, he told his men to unbind them, for they were ragged and weary. Besides, they need no ropes in here, said he. There is no escape from my magic doors for those who are once brought inside. Long and searchingly he questioned the dwarves about their doings and where they were going to and where they were coming from. But he got little more news out of them than out of Thorn. They were surly and angry and did not even pretend to be polite. "What have we done, O king?" said Balin, who was the eldest left. "Is it a crime to be lost in the forest, to be hungry and thirsty, to be trapped by spiders? Are the spiders your tame beasts or your pets, if killing them makes you angry?" Such a question, of course, made the king angrier than ever, and he answered, "It is a crime to wander in my realm without leave. Do you forget that you were in my kingdom, using the road that my people made? Did you not 3 times pursue and trouble my people in the forest, and rouse the spiders with your riot and clamor? After all the disturbance you have made, I have a right to know what brings you here. And if you will not tell me now, I will keep you all in prison until you have learned sense and manners." Then he ordered the dwarves each to be put in a separate cell and to be given food and drink, but not to be allowed to pass the doors of their little prisons until one at least of them was willing to tell him all he wanted to know. But he did not tell them that Thorin was also a prisoner with him. It was Bilbo who found that out. Poor Mr. Baggins, it was a weary, long time that he lived in that place all alone and always in hiding, never daring to take off his ring, hardly daring to sleep, even tucked away in the darkest and remotest corners he could find. For something to do, he took to wandering about the Elven King's palace. Magic shut the gates, but he could sometimes get out if he was quick. Companies of the wood elves, sometimes with the king at their head, would from time to time ride out to hunt or to other business in the woods and in the lands to the east. Then, if Bilbo was very nimble, he could slip out just behind them, though it was a dangerous thing to do. More than once he was nearly caught in the doors as they clashed together when the last elf passed, yet he did not dare to march among them because of his shadow, altogether thin and wobbly as it was in torchlight, or for fear of being bumped into and discovered. And when he did go out, which was not very often, he did no good. He did not wish to desert the dwarves, and indeed, he did not know where in the world to go without them. He could not keep up with the hunting elves all the time they were out, so he never discovered the ways out of the wood and was left to wander miserably in the forest, terrified of losing himself until a chance came of returning. He was hungry too outside, for he was no hunter, but inside the caves he could pick up a living of some sort by stealing food from store or table when no one was at hand. I'm like a burglar that can't get away, but must go on miserably burgling the same house day after day, he thought. This is the dreariest and dullest part of all this wretched, tiresome, uncomfortable adventure. I wish I was back in my hobbit hole by my own warm fireside with the lamp shining. He often wished, too, that he could get a message for help sent to the wizard, but that, of course, was quite impossible. And he soon realized that if anything was to be done, it would have to be done by Mr. Baggins, alone and unaided. Eventually, after a week or two of this sneaking sort of life, by watching and following the guards and taking what chances he could, he managed to find out where each dwarf was kept. He found all their 12 cells in different parts of the palace, and after a time, he got to know his way about very well. What was his surprise one day to overhear some of the guards talking and to learn that there was another dwarf in prison too, in a specially deep, dark place. He guessed at once, of course, that was Thorin, and after a while he found that his guess was right. At last, after many difficulties, he managed to find the place when no one was about, and to have a word with the chief of the dwarves. Thorin was too wretched to be angry any longer at his misfortunes, and was even beginning to think of telling the king all about his treasure and his quest, which shows how low-spirited he had become, when he heard Bilbo's little voice at his keyhole. He could hardly believe his ears. Soon, however, he made up his mind that he could not be mistaken, and he came to the door and had a long, whispered talk with the hobbit on the other side. So, it was that Bilbo was able to take secretly Thorin's message to each of the other imprisoned dwarves, telling them that Thorin, their chief, was also in prison close at hand, and that no one was to reveal their errand to the king, not yet, nor before Thorin gave the word. For Thorin had taken heart again, hearing how the hobbit had rescued his companions from the spiders, and was determined once more not to ransom himself with promises to the king of a share in the treasure, until all hope of escaping in any other way had disappeared. Until, in fact, the remarkable Mr. Invisible Baggins, of whom he began to have a very high opinion indeed, had altogether failed to think of something clever. The other dwarves quite agreed when they got the message. They all thought their own shares in the treasure, which they quite regarded as theirs in spite of their plight and the still unconquered dragon, would suffer seriously if the wood elves claimed part of it, and they all trusted Bilbo. Just what Gandalf had said would happen, you see. Perhaps that was part of his reason for going off and leaving them. Bilbo, however, did not feel nearly so hopeful as they did. He did not like being depended on by everyone, and he wished he had the wizard at hand. But that was no use. Probably all the dark distance of Mirkwood lay between them. He sat and thought, until his head nearly burst, but no bright idea would come. One invisible ring was a very fine thing, but it was not much good among 14. But of course, as you have guessed, he did rescue his friends in the end, and this is how it happened. One day, nosing and wandering about, Bilbo discovered a very interesting thing. The great gates were not the only entrance to the caves. A stream flowed under part of the lowest regions of the palace and joined the forest river, some way further to the east, beyond the steep slope out of which the main mouth opened. Where this underground watercourse came forth from the hillside, there was a water gate. There the rocky roof came down close to the surface of the stream, and from it, a portcullis could be dropped right to the bed of the river to prevent anyone coming in or out that way. But the portcullis was often open, for a good deal of traffic went out and in by the Watergate. If anyone had come in that way, he would have found himself in a dark, rough tunnel leading deep into the heart of the hill. But at one point, where it passed under the caves, the roof had been cut away and covered with great oaken trapdoors. These opened upwards into the king's cellars. There stood barrels and barrels and barrels, for the wood elves, and especially their king, were very fond of wine, though no vines grew in those parts. The wine and other goods were brought from far away, from their kinsfolk in the south, or from the vineyards of men in distant lands. Hiding behind one of the largest barrels, Bilbo discovered the trapdoors and their use, and lurking there, listening to the talk of the king's servants, he learned how the wine and other goods came up the rivers or overland to the Long Lake. It seemed a town of men still throve there, built out on bridges far into the water as a protection against enemies of all sorts, and especially against the dragon of the mountain. From Lake Town, the barrels were brought up the Forest River. Often they were just tied together like big rafts and poled or rowed up the stream. Sometimes they were loaded onto flat boats. When the barrels were empty, the elves cast them through the trapdoors, opened the water gate, and out the barrels floated on the stream, bobbing along until they were carried by the current to a place far down the river where the bank jutted out near to the very eastern edge of Mirkwood. There they were collected and tied together and floated back to Lake Town, which stood close to the point where the Forest River flowed into the Long Lake. For some time, Bilbo sat and thought about this Watergate and wondered if it could be used for the escape of his friends, and at last he had the desperate beginnings of a plan. The evening meal had been taken to the prisoners. The guards were tramping away down the passages, taking the torchlight with them and leaving everything in darkness. Then Bilbo heard the king's butler bidding the chief of the guards good night. "Now come with me," he said, "and taste the new wine that has just come in. I shall be hard at work tonight clearing the cellars of the empty wood, so let us have a drink first to help the labor." "Very good," laughed the chief of the guards. "I'll taste with you and see if it is fit for the king's table. There is a feast tonight, and it would not do to send up poor stuff." When he heard this, Bilbo was all in a flutter, for he saw that luck was with him, and he had a chance at once to try his desperate plan. He followed the two elves until they entered a small cellar and sat down at a table on which two large flagons were set. Soon they began to drink and laugh merrily. Luck of an unusual kind was with Bilbo then. It must be potent wine to make a wood elf drowsy. But this wine, it would seem, was the heady vintage of the great gardens of Dorwinion, not meant for his soldiers or his servants, but for the king's feasts only, and for smaller bowls, not for the butler's great flagons. Very soon, the chief guard nodded his head, then he laid it on the table and fell fast asleep. The butler went on talking and laughing to himself for a while, without seeming to notice. But soon his head, too, nodded to the table, and he fell asleep and snored beside his friend. Then in crept the hobbit. Very soon, the chief guard had no keys, but Bilbo was trotting as fast as he could along the passages towards the cells. The great bunch seemed very heavy to his arms, and his heart was often in his mouth, in spite of his ring, for he could not prevent the keys from making every now and then a loud clink and clank, which put him all in a tremble. First he unlocked Balin's door, and locked it again carefully as soon as the dwarf was outside. Balin was most surprised, as you can imagine, but glad as he was to get out of his wearisome little stone room. He wanted to stop and ask questions, and know what Bilbo was going to do and all about it. "No time now," said the hobbit. "You just follow me. We must all keep together and not risk getting separated. All of us must escape or none, and this is our last chance. If this is found out, goodness knows where the king will put you next, with chains on your hands and feet too, I expect. Don't argue, there's a good fellow." Then off he went from door to door, until his following had grown to 12, none of them any too nimble, what with the dark, and what with their long imprisonment. Bilbo's heart thumped every time one of them bumped into another, or grunted, or whispered in the dark. "Drat this dwarvish racket," he said to himself. But all went well, and they met no guards. As a matter of fact, there was a great autumn feast in the woods that night and in the halls above. Nearly all the king's folk were merrymaking. At last, after much blundering, they came to Thorin's dungeon, far down in a deep place, and fortunately not far from the cellars. "Upon my word," said Thorin, when Bilbo whispered to him to come out and join his friends, "Gandalf spoke true, as usual. A pretty fine burglar you make, it seems, when the time comes. I am sure we are all forever at your service, whatever happens after this. But what comes next?" Bilbo saw that the time had come to explain his idea, as far as he could, but he did not feel at all sure how the dwarves would take it. His fears were quite justified, for they did not like it a bit, and started grumbling loudly in spite of their danger. "We shall be bruised and battered to pieces, and drowned too, for certain," they muttered. "We thought you had got some sensible notion when you managed to get hold of the keys. This is a mad idea." "Very well," said Bilbo, very downcast, and also rather annoyed. "Come along back to your nice cells, and I will lock you all in again, and you can sit there comfortably and think of a better plan. But I don't. Suppose I shall ever get hold of the keys again, even if I feel inclined to try." That was too much for them, and they calmed down. In the end, of course, they had to do just what Bilbo suggested, because it was obviously impossible for them to try and find their way into the upper halls, or to fight their way out of gates that closed by magic, and it was no good grumbling in the passages until they were caught again. So, following the hobbit down into the lowest cellars, they crept. They passed a door through which the chief guard and the butler could be seen still happily snoring with smiles upon their faces. The wine of Dorwinion brings deep and pleasant dreams. There would be a different expression on the face of the chief guard next day, even though Bilbo, before they went on, stole in and kind-heartedly put the keys back on his belt. "That will save him some of the trouble he is in for," said Mr. Baggins to himself. "He wasn't a bad fellow, and quite decent to the prisoners. It will puzzle them all, too. They will think we had a very strong magic to pass through all those locked doors and disappear. Disappear! We have got to get busy very quick if that is to happen." Balin was told off to watch the guard and the butler and give warning if they stirred. The rest went into the adjoining cellar with the trapdoors. There was little time to lose. Before long, as Bilbo knew, some elves were under orders to come down and help the butler get the empty barrels through the doors into the stream. These were in fact already standing in rows in the middle of the floor, waiting to be pushed off. Some of them were wine barrels, and these were not much use, as they could not easily be opened at the end without a deal of noise, nor could they easily be secured again. But among them were several others, which had been used for bringing other stuffs, butter, apples, and all sorts of things to the king's palace. They soon found 13, with room enough for a dwarf in each. In fact, some were too roomy. And as they climbed in, the dwarves thought anxiously of the shaking and the bumping they would get inside, though Bilbo did his best to find straw and other stuff to pack them in as cozily as could be managed in a short time. At last, 12 dwarves were stowed. Thorin had given a lot of trouble, and turned and twisted in his tub and grumbled like a large dog in a small kennel. while Balin, who came last, made a great fuss about his air holes and said he was stifling, even before his lid was on. Bilbo had done what he could to close holes in the sides of the barrels and to fix on all the lids as safely as could be managed, and now he was left alone again, running round putting the finishing touches to the packing and hoping against hope that his plan would come off. It had not been done a bit too soon. Only a minute or two after Balin's lid had been fitted on, there came the sound of voices and the flicker of lights. A number of elves came laughing and talking into the cellars and singing snatches of song. They had left a merry feast in one of the halls and were bent on returning as soon as they could. "Where's old Galion the butler?" said one. "I haven't seen him at the tables tonight. He ought to be here now to show us what is to be done." "I shall be angry if the old slow coach is late," said another. "I have no wish to waste time down here while the song is up." "Ha ha ha," came a cry. "Here's the old villain with his head on a jug. He's been having a little feast all to himself and his friend the captain." "Shake him, wake him," shouted the others impatiently. Galion was not at all pleased at being shaken or wakened, and still less at being laughed at. "You're all late," he grumbled. "Here am I waiting and waiting down here, while you fellows drink and make merry and forget your tasks. Small wonder if I fall asleep from weariness." "Small wonder," said they, "when the explanation stands close at hand in a jug. Come give us a taste of your sleeping draught before we fall to. No need to wake the turnkey yonder. He has had his share by the looks of it." Then they drank once round and became mighty merry all of a sudden. But they did not quite lose their wits. "Save us, Galion!" cried some. "You began your feasting early and muddled your wits. You have stacked some full casks here instead of the empty ones, if there is anything in wait." "Get on with the work," growled the butler. "There is nothing in the feeling of weight in an idle tosspot's arms. These are the ones to go and no others. Do as I say." Very well," they answered, rolling the barrels to the opening. "On your head be it, if the king's full butter tubs and his best wine is pushed into the river for the lakemen to feast on for nothing. Roll, 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 rolling down the hole, heave-ho, splash plump, down they go, down they bump." So they sang as first one barrel and then another rumbled to the dark opening and was pushed over into the cold water some feet below. Some were barrels really empty, some were tubs neatly packed with a dwarf each, but down they all went, one after another, with many a clash and a bump, thudding on top of ones below, smacking into the water, jostling against the walls of the tunnel, knocking into one another, and bobbing away down the current. It was just at this moment that Bilbo suddenly discovered the weak point in his plan. Most likely you saw it some time ago and have been laughing at him, but I don't suppose you would have done half as well yourselves in his place. Of course, he was not in a barrel himself, nor was there anyone to pack him in, even if there had been a chance. It looked as if he would certainly lose his friends this time. Nearly all of them had already disappeared through the dark trap door, and get utterly left behind and have to stay lurking as a permanent burglar in the elf caves forever. For even if he could have escaped through the upper gates at once, he had precious small chance of ever finding the dwarves again. He did not know the way by land to the place where the barrels were collected. He wondered what on earth would happen to them without him, for he had not had time to tell the dwarves all that he had learned, or what he had meant to do once they were out of the wood. While all these thoughts were passing through his mind, the elves, being very merry, began to sing a song round the river door. Some had already gone to haul on the ropes which pulled up the portcullis at the water gate, so as to let out the barrels as soon as they were all afloat below. Down the swift, dark stream, you go back to lands you once did know. Leave the halls and caverns deep, leave the northern mountains steep, where the forest wide and dim stoops in shadow, gray and grim. float beyond the world of trees, out into the whispering breeze, past the rushes, past the reeds, past the marsh's waving weeds, through the mist that riseth white, up from mere and pool at night. Follow, follow stars that leap up the heavens cold and steep. Turn when dawn comes over land, over rapid, over sand, south away and south away. Seek the sunlight in the day, back to pasture, back to mead, where the kine and oxen feed, back to gardens on the hills, where the berry swells and fills under sunlight, under day, south away and south away. Down the swift, dark stream you go back to lands you once did know. Now the very last barrel was being rolled to the doors. In despair and not knowing what else to do, poor little Bilbo caught hold of it and was pushed over the edge with it. Down into the water. He fell, splash into the cold, dark water, with the barrel on top of him. He came up again, spluttering and clinging to the wood like a rat, but for all his efforts he could not scramble on top. Every time he tried, the barrel rolled round and ducked him under again. It was really empty and floated light as a cork. Though his ears were full of water, he could hear the elves still singing in the cellar above. Then suddenly, the trapdoors fell to with a boom and their voices faded away. He was in the dark tunnel, floating in icy water, all alone, for you cannot count friends that are all packed up in barrels. Very soon, a gray patch came in the darkness ahead. He heard the creak of the water gate being hauled up, and he found that he was in the midst of a bobbing and bumping mass of casks and tubs, all pressing together to pass under the arch and get out into the open stream. He had as much as he could do to prevent himself from being hustled and battered to bits, but at last the jostling crowd began to break up and swing off one by one under the stony arch and away. Then he saw that it would have been no good, even if he had managed to get astride his barrel, for there was no room to spare, not even for a hobbit, between its top and the suddenly stooping roof where the gate was. Out they went under the overhanging branches of the trees on either bank. Bilbo wondered what the dwarves were feeling, and whether a lot of water was getting into their tubs. Some of those that bobbed along by him in the gloom seemed pretty low in the water, and he guessed that these had dwarves inside. I do hope I put the lids on tight enough, he thought. But before long, he was worrying too much about himself to remember the dwarves. He managed to keep his head above the water, but he was shivering with the cold, and he wondered if he would die of it before the luck turned, and how much longer he would be able to hang on, and whether he should risk the chance of letting go and trying to swim to the bank. The luck turned all right before long. The eddying current carried several barrels close ashore at one point, and there for a while they stuck against some hidden root. Then Bilbo took the opportunity of scrambling up the side of his barrel while it was held steady against another. Up he crawled like a drowned rat, and lay on the top, spread out to keep the balance as best he could. The breeze was cold, but better than the water, and he hoped he would not suddenly roll off again when they started off once more. Before long, the barrels broke free again and turned and twisted off down the stream and out into the main current. Then he found it quite as difficult to stick on as he had feared, but he managed it somehow, though it was miserably uncomfortable. Luckily, he was very light, and the barrel was a good big one, and being rather leaky, had now shipped a small amount of water. All the same, it was like trying to ride, without bridle or stirrups, a round-bellied pony that was always thinking of rolling on the grass. In this way, at last, Mr. Baggins came to a place where the trees on either hand grew thinner. He could see the paler sky between them. The dark river opened suddenly wide, and there it was, joined to the main water of the forest river, flowing down in haste from the king's great doors. There was a dim sheet of water, no longer overshadowed, and on its sliding surface there were dancing and broken reflections of clouds and of stars. Then the hurrying water of the forest river swept all the company of casks and tubs away to the north bank, in which it had eaten out a wide bay. This had a shingly shore under hanging banks and was walled at the eastern end by a little jutting cape of hard rock. On the shallow shore, most of the barrels ran aground, though a few went on to bump against the stony pier. There were people on the lookout on the banks. They quickly poled and pushed all the barrels together into the shallows, and when they had counted them, they roped them together and left them till the morning. Poor dwarves. Bilbo was not badly off now. He slipped from his barrel and waded ashore, and then sneaked along to some huts that he could see near the water's edge. He no longer thought twice about picking up a supper uninvited if he got the chance. He had been obliged to do it for so long, and he knew now only too well what it was to be really hungry, not merely politely interested in the dainties of a well-filled larder. Also, he had caught a glimpse of a fire through the trees, and that appealed to him with his dripping and ragged clothes clinging to him cold and clammy. There is no need to tell you much of his adventures that night, for now we are drawing near the end of the eastward journey and coming to the last and greatest adventure, so we must hurry on. Of course, helped by his magic ring, he got on very well at first, but he was given away in the end by his wet footsteps and the trail of drippings that he left wherever he went or sat. And also he began to snivel, and wherever he tried to hide, he was found out by the terrific explosions of his suppressed sneezes. Very soon, there was a fine commotion in the village by the riverside, but Bilbo escaped into the woods carrying a loaf and a leather bottle of wine and a pie that did not belong to him. The rest of the night he had to pass wet as he was, and far from a fire, but the bottle helped him to do that, and he actually dozed a little on some dry leaves, even though the year was getting late and the air was chilly. He woke again with a specially loud sneeze. It was already gray morning, and there was a merry racket down by the river. They were making up a raft of barrels, and the raft elves would soon be steering it off down the stream to Lake Town. Bilbo sneezed again. He was no longer dripping, but he felt cold all over. He scrambled down as fast as his stiff legs would take him, and managed just in time to get onto the mass of casks without being noticed in the general bustle. Luckily, there was no sun at the time to cast an awkward shadow, and for a mercy, he did not sneeze again for a good while. There was a mighty pushing of poles. The elves that were standing in the shallow water heaved and shoved. The barrels, now all lashed together, creaked and fretted. "This is a heavy load," some grumbled. "They float too deep. Some of these are never empty." If they had come ashore in the daylight, we might have had a look inside, they said. "No time now," cried the raftman. "Shove off." And off they went at last, slowly at first, until they had passed the point of rock where other elves stood to fend them off with poles, and then quicker and quicker as they caught the main stream and went sailing away down towards the lake. They had escaped the dungeons of the king and were through the wood, but whether alive or dead still remains to be seen. Chapter ends. A warm welcome. The day grew lighter and warmer as they floated along. After a while, the river rounded a steep shoulder of land that came down upon their left. Under its rocky feet, like an inland cliff, the deepest stream had flowed, lapping and bubbling. Suddenly the cliff fell away, the shores sank, the trees ended. Then Bilbo saw a sight. The lands opened wide about him, filled with the waters of the river, which broke up and wandered in 100 winding courses, or halted in marshes and pools, dotted with isles on every side. But still, a strong water flowed on steadily through the midst, and far away, its dark head in a torn cloud, there loomed the mountain, its nearest neighbors to the northeast, and the tumbled land, that joined it to them could not be seen. All alone, it rose and looked across the marshes to the forest. The Lonely Mountain. Bilbo had come far and through many adventures to see it, and now he did not like the look of it in the least. As he listened to the talk of the raftmen and pieced together the scraps of information they let fall, he soon realized that he was very fortunate ever to have seen it at all, even from this distance. Dreary as had been his imprisonment, and unpleasant as was his position, to say nothing of the poor dwarves underneath him, still, he had been more lucky than he had guessed. The talk was all of the trade that came and went on the waterways and the growth of the traffic on the river, as the roads out of the east towards Mirkwood vanished or fell into disuse, and of the bickerings, of the lake men and the wood elves about the upkeep of the forest river and the care of the banks. Those lands had changed much since the days when dwarves dwelt in the mountain, days which most people now remembered only as a very shadowy tradition. They had changed even in recent years, and since the last news that Gandalf had had of them. Great floods and rains had swollen the waters that flowed east, and there had been an earthquake or two, which some were inclined to attribute to the dragon, alluding to him chiefly with a curse and an ominous nod in the direction of the mountain. The marshes and bogs had spread wider and wider on either side. Paths had vanished, and many a rider and wanderer too, if they had tried to find the lost ways across. The elf road through the wood, which the dwarves had followed on the advice of Born, now came to a doubtful and little-used end at the eastern edge of the forest. Only the river offered any longer a safe way from the skirts of Mirkwood in the north to the mountain-shadowed plains beyond, and the river was guarded by the wood elves' king. So you see, Bilbo had come in the end by the only road that was any good. It might have been some comfort to Mr. Baggins shivering on the barrels, if he had known that news of this had reached Gandalf far away and given him great anxiety, and that he was in fact finishing his other business, which does not come into this tale, and getting ready to come in search of Thorin's company. But Bilbo did not know it. All he knew was that the river seemed to go on and on and on forever, and he was hungry and had a nasty cold in the nose, and did not like the way the mountains seemed to frown at him and threaten him as it drew ever nearer. After a while, however, the river took a more southerly course, and the mountain receded again, and at last, late in the day, the shores grew rocky. The river gathered all its wandering waters together into a deep and rapid flood, and they swept along at great speed. The sun had set when, turning with another sweep towards the east, the forest river rushed into the long lake. There it had a wide mouth with stony, cliff-like gates at either side, whose feet were piled with shingles. The Long Lake. Bilbo had never imagined that any water that was not the sea could look so big. It was so wide that the opposite shores looked small and far, but it was so long that its northerly end, which pointed towards the mountain, could not be seen at all. Only from the map did Bilbo know that away up there, where the stars of the Wain were already twinkling, the running river came down into the lake from Dale, and with the forest river, filled with deep waters, what must once have been a great, deep, rocky valley. At the southern end, the doubled waters poured out again over high waterfalls and ran away hurriedly to unknown lands. In the still evening air, the noise of the falls could be heard like a distant roar. Not far from the mouth of the forest river was the strange town he heard the elves speak of in the king's cellars. It was not built on the shore, though there were a few huts and buildings there, but right out on the surface of the lake, protected from the swirl of the entering river by a promontory of rock which formed a calm, bay. A great bridge made of wood ran out to where, on huge piles made of forest trees, was built a busy wooden town. Not a town of elves, but of men who still dared to dwell here under the shadow of the distant Dragon Mountain. They still throve on the trade that came up the great river from the south and was carted past the falls to their town. But in the great days of old, when Dale in the north was rich and prosperous, they had been wealthy and powerful, and there had been fleets of boats on the waters, and some were filled with gold, and some with warriors in armor, and there had been wars and deeds which were now only a legend. The rotting piles of a greater town could still be seen along the shores when the waters sank in a drought. But men remembered little of all that, though some still sang old songs of the dwarf kings of the mountain, Thror and Thrain of the race of Durin, and of the coming of the dragon, and the fall of the lords of Dale. Some sang, too, that Thror and Thrain would come back one day, and gold would flow in rivers through the mountain gates, and all that land would be filled with new song and new laughter. But this pleasant legend did not much affect their daily business. Lake Cown. As soon as the raft of barrels came in sight, boats rowed out from the piles of the town, and voices hailed the raft steerers. Then ropes were cast and oars were pulled, and soon the raft was drawn out of the current of the forest river and towed away round the high shoulder of rock into the little bay of Lake Town. There it was, moored not far from the shoreward head of the great bridge. Soon men would come up from the south and take some of the casks away, and others they would fill with goods they had brought to be taken back up the stream to the wood elves' home. In the meanwhile, the barrels were left afloat, while the elves of the raft and the boatmen went to feast in Lake Town. They would have been surprised if they could have seen what happened down by the shore after they had gone and the shades of night had fallen. First of all, a barrel was cut loose by Bilbo and pushed to the shore and opened. Groans came from inside, and out crept a most unhappy dwarf. Wet straw was in his draggled beard. He was so sore and stiff, so bruised and buffeted, he could hardly stand or stumble through the shallow water, to lie groaning on the shore. He had a famished and a savage look, like a dog that has been chained and forgotten in a kennel for a week. It was Thorin, but you could only have told it by his golden chain and by the color of his now dirty and tattered sky blue hood with its tarnished silver tassel. It was some time before he would be even polite to the hobbit. "Well, are you alive or are you dead?" asked Bilbo quite crossly. Perhaps he had forgotten that he had had at least one good meal more than the dwarves, and also the use of his arms and legs, not to speak of a greater allowance of air. "Are you still in prison, or are you free? If you want food, and if you want to go on with this silly adventure, it's yours after all and not mine. You had better slap your arms and rub your legs and try and help me get the others out while there is a chance." Thorin, of course, saw the sense of this, so after a few more groans he got up and helped the hobbit as well as he could. In the darkness, floundering in the cold water, they had a difficult and very nasty job finding, which were the right barrels. Knocking outside and calling, only discovered about 6 dwarves that could answer. These were unpacked and helped ashore, where they sat or lay, muttering and moaning. They were so soaked and bruised and cramped that they could hardly yet realize their release or be properly thankful for it. Dwalin and Balin were 2 of the most unhappy, and it was no good asking them to help. Beefer and Bofer were less knocked about and drier, but they lay down and would do nothing. Fili and Kili, however, who were young, for dwarves, and had also been packed more neatly with plenty of straw into smaller casks, came out more or less smiling, with only a bruise or two and a stiffness that soon wore off. "I hope I never smell the smell of apples again," said Philly. "My tub was full of it. To smell apples everlastingly when you can scarcely move and are cold and sick with hunger is maddening. I could eat anything in the wide world now for hours on end, but not an apple." With the willing help of Philly and Killy, Thorn and Bilbo at last discovered the remainder of the company and got them out. Poor fat Bomber was asleep or senseless. Dory, Nori, Ori, Oin, and Gloin were waterlogged and seemed only half alive. They all had to be carried one by one and laid helpless on the shore. "Well, here we are," said Thorn, "and I suppose we ought to thank our stars and Mr. Baggins. I am sure he has a right to expect it, though I wish he could have arranged a more comfortable journey. Still, all very much at your service once more, Mr. Baggins. No doubt we shall feel properly grateful when we are fed and recovered. In the meanwhile, what next?" "I suggest Lake Town," said Bilbo. "What else is there?" Nothing else could, of course, be suggested. So, leaving the others, Thorin and Philly and Killy and the Hobbit went along the shore to the great bridge. There were guards at the head of it, but they were not keeping very careful watch, for it was so long since there had been any real need. Except for occasional squabbles about river tolls, they were friends with the wood elves. Other folk were far away, and some of the younger people in the town openly doubted the existence of any dragon in the mountain, and laughed at the graybeards and gammers who said that they had seen him flying in the sky in their young days. That being so, it is not surprising that the guards were drinking and laughing by a fire in their hut, and did not hear the noise of the unpacking of the dwarves or the footsteps of the 4 scouts. Their astonishment was enormous when Thorin Oakenshield stepped in through the door. "Who are you and what do you want?" they shouted, leaping to their feet and groping for weapons. "Thorin, son of Thrain, son of Thror, king under the mountain," said the dwarf in a loud voice, and he looked it, in spite of his torn clothes and draggled hood. The gold gleamed on his neck and waist. His eyes were dark and deep. "I have come back. I wish to see the master of your town." Then there was tremendous excitement. Some of the more foolish ran out of the hut as if they expected the mountain to go golden in the night, and all the waters of the lake turn yellow right away. The captain of the guard came forward. "And who are these?" he asked, pointing to Philly and Killy and Bilbo. "The sons of my father's daughter," answered Thorin. "Philly and Killy of the race of Durin, and Mr. Baggins, who has traveled with us out of the west." "If you come in peace, lay down your arms," said the captain. "We have none," said Thorin, and it was true enough. Their knives had been taken from them by the wood elves, and the great sword Orcris too. Bilbo had his short sword hidden as usual, but he said nothing about that. "We have no need of weapons, who return at last to our own as spoken of old. Nor could we fight against so many. Take us to your master." "He is at feast," said the captain. "Then all the more reason for taking us to him," burst in Philly, who was getting impatient at these solemnities. "We are worn and famished after our long road, and we have sick comrades. Now make haste, and let us have no more words, or your master may have something to say to you." "Follow me then," said the captain, and with 6 men about them, he led them over the bridge through the gates and into the marketplace of the town. This was a wide circle of quiet water, surrounded by the tall piles on which were built the greater houses, and by long wooden quays, with many steps and ladders going down to the surface of the lake. From one great hall shone many lights, and there came the sound of many voices. They passed its doors and stood blinking in the light, looking at long tables filled with folk. "I am Thorin, son of Thrain, son of Thror, king under the mountain, I return," cried Thorin in a loud voice from the door, before the captain could say anything. All leaped to their feet. The master of the town sprang from his great chair, but none rose in greater surprise than the raft men of the elves who were sitting at the lower end of the hall. Pressing forward before the master's table, they cried, "These are prisoners of our king that have escaped, wandering vagabond dwarves that could not give any good account of themselves, sneaking through the woods and molesting our people." "Is this true?" asked the master. As a matter of fact, he thought it far more likely than the return of the king under the mountain, if any such person had ever existed. "It is true that we were wrongfully waylaid by the Elven King and imprisoned without cause as we journeyed back to our own land," answered Thorin. "But lock nor bar may hinder the homecoming spoken of old. Nor is this town in the Wood Elves' realm. I speak to the master of the town of the Men of the Lake, not to the raft men of the king." Then the master hesitated and looked from one to the other. The Elven King was very powerful in those parts, and the master wished for no enmity with him, nor did he think much of old songs, giving his mind to trade and tolls, to cargoes and gold, to which habit he owed his position. Others were of different mind, however, and quickly the matter was settled without him. The news had spread from the doors of the hall like fire through all the town. People were shouting inside the hall and outside it. The quays were thronged with hurrying feet. Some began to sing snatches of old songs concerning the return of the king under the mountain. That it was Thror's grandson, not Thror himself, that had come back did not bother them at all. Others took up the song, and it rolled loud and high over the lake. The king, beneath the mountains, the king of carven stone, the lord of silver fountains shall come into his own. His crown shall be upheld, his harp shall be restringed, his halls shall echo golden. To songs of yore resung, the woods shall wave on mountains and grass beneath the sun. His wealth shall flow in fountains and the rivers golden run. The streams shall run in gladness, the lakes shall shine and burn, all sorrow fail and sadness at the mountain king's return. So they sang, or very like that, only there was a great deal more of it, and there was much shouting, as well as the music of harps and of fiddles mixed up with it. Indeed, such excitement had not been known in the town in the memory of the oldest grandfather. The wood elves themselves began to wonder greatly, and even to be afraid. They did not know, of course, how Thorin had escaped, and they began to think their king might have made a serious mistake. As for the master, he saw there was nothing else for it but to obey the general clamor, for the moment at any rate, and to pretend to believe that Thorin was what he said. So he gave up to him his own great chair and set Fili and Kili beside him in places of honor. Even Bilbo was given a seat at the high. Chapter 12. Inside Information. For a long time, the dwarves stood in the dark before the door and debated, until at last Thorin spoke. "Now is the time for our esteemed Mr. Bagans, who has proved himself a good companion on our long road, and a hobbit full of courage and resource, far exceeding his size, and if I may say so, possessed of good luck, far exceeding the usual allowance. Now is the time for him to perform the service for which he was included in our company. Now is the time for him to earn his reward. You are familiar with Thorin's style on important occasions, so I will not give you any more of it, though he went on a good deal longer than this. For a long time, the dwarves stood in the dark before the door and debated, until at last Thorin spoke. Now is the time for our esteemed Mr. Baggins, who has proved himself a good companion. Table, and no explanation of where he came in, no songs had alluded to him even in the obscurest way, was asked for in the general bustle. Soon afterwards, the other dwarves were brought into the town amid scenes of astonishing enthusiasm. They were all doctored and fed and housed and pampered in the most delightful and satisfactory fashion. A large house was given up to Thorin and his company. Boats and rowers were put at their service, and crowds sat outside and sang songs all day or cheered if any dwarf showed so much as his nose. Some of the songs were old ones, but some of them were quite new and spoke confidently of the sudden death of the dragon and of cargoes of rich presents coming down the river to Lake Town. These were inspired largely by the master, and they did not particularly please the dwarves. But in the meantime, they were well contented, and they quickly grew fat and strong again. Indeed, within a week they were quite recovered, fitted out in fine cloth of their proper colors, with beards combed and trimmed and proud steps. Thorin looked and walked as if his kingdom was already regained, and Smaug chopped up into little pieces. Then, as he had said, the dwarves' good feeling towards the little hobbit grew stronger every day. There were no more groans or grumbles. They drank his health, and they patted him on the back, and they made a great fuss of him, which was just as well, for he was not feeling particularly cheerful. He had not forgotten the look of the mountain, nor the thought of the dragon, and he had besides a shocking cold. For 3 days he sneezed and coughed, and he could not go out, and even after that, his speeches at banquets were limited to, "Thag you very booch." In the meanwhile, the wood elves had gone back up the forest river with their cargoes, and there was great excitement in the king's palace. I have never heard what happened to the chief of the guards and the butler. Nothing, of course, was ever said about keys or barrels while the dwarves stayed in Lake Town, and Bilbo was careful never to become invisible. Still, I dare say, more was guessed than was known, though, doubtless, Mr. Baggins remained a bit of a mystery. In any case, the king knew now the dwarf's errand, or thought he did, and he said to himself, "Very well, we'll see. No treasure will come back through Mirkwood without my having something to say in the matter, but I expect they will all come to a bad end, and serve them right." He at any rate did not believe in dwarves fighting and killing dragons like Smaug, and he strongly suspected attempted burglary or something like it, which shows he was a wise elf and wiser than the men of the town, though not quite right, as we shall see in the end. He sent out his spies about the shores of the lake, and as far northward towards the mountain as they would go, and waited. At the end of a fortnight, Thorin began to think of departure. While the enthusiasm still lasted in the town, was the time to get help. It would not do to let everything cool down with delay. So he spoke to the master and his counselors, and said that soon he and his company must go on towards the mountain. Then for the first time, the master was surprised and a little frightened, and he wondered if Thorin was, after all, really a descendant of the old kings. He had never thought that the dwarves would actually dare to approach Smaug, but believed they were frauds who would sooner or later be discovered and be turned out. He was wrong. Thorin, of course, was really the grandson of the king under the mountain, and there is no knowing what a dwarf will not dare and do for revenge or the recovery of his own. But the master was not sorry at all to let them go. They were expensive to keep, and their arrival had turned things into a long holiday in which business was at a standstill. Let them go and bother Smaug, and see how he welcomes them, he thought. Certainly, O Thorin Thrain's son, Thror's son, was what he said. You must claim your own. The hour is at hand, spoken of old. What help we can offer shall be yours, and we trust to your gratitude when your kingdom is regained. So one day, although autumn was now getting far on, and winds were cold, and leaves were falling fast, 3 large boats left Lake Town, laden with rowers, dwarves, Mr. Baggins, and many provisions. Horses and ponies had been sent round by circuitous paths to meet them at their appointed landing place. The master and his counselors bade them farewell from the great steps of the town hall that went down to the lake. People sang on the quays and out of windows. The white oars dipped and splashed, and off they went, north up the lake on the last stage of their long journey. The only person thoroughly unhappy was Bilbo.